It's a little different version of it until it gets started up. I figured I'd do a little something instead of that 30-second countdown like normal. Good evening, everybody. What's up, Mama Bear? Good job today on the show. Justice Kelp, Mama Bear Page. I appreciate you. Yeah, good job today, everybody. Please hit the thumbs up, subscribe, share, and click the bell. We appreciate it. What's up, Alley Cattails? That cat has some crazy eyes. What's up, Dre? Justice. Green light. How's it going? So, what's up, Kevin Kraft? So we had quite a jam-packed show last night. I mean, jam-packed. Tons of information. After the normal intro. Tons of information. So this is the part 2. And so one thing I didn't get to go through today was the voice message phone calls from the show last night. I did get the timeline down and all that other stuff, but I pretty much know where they're at on these other videos. Hey, Josie. How you doing tonight? Thanks for hopping in. One thing I didn't get to do was go through a lot of the voice recordings. So what we'll do is, if you were in last night's show, we're going to go over the phone calls again, but I'm going to save those towards the end of the episode. So that way, I don't know, I just feel like I need to have my notebook and my pen out and kind of go through each one of these, write down the connections and such. All of the voice message phone calls last about an hour. So I'm anticipating, it's why I'm on early tonight at 5:30 my time. I'm anticipating another 4.5 hour show. And I'm setting aside an hour and a half to go through those voice messages and to be able to allow us to chat about each one. Also allow us to take some notes, just to get everything right, if anybody's interested in taking notes during those voice messages. And just kind of go through them. We can go through them together if you'd like. If you're not really interested in listening to the voice message part again, that's why I'm going to save it for the end of the show. That way, we're not doing it in the beginning, and it's something that maybe you might not want to go over again personally. So I'm going to go through a bunch of the other videos we did not go through in the first episode. So we'll be covering all those. I do have a Google location, and I made a picture for it. And also, if anybody has any of these documents, like the coroner's report, the accident report, any of those things, I tried saving those documents. SRB's not in the chat, but I tried saving those documents, and it was not saving them as a image. It was some other weird file name that it just doesn't even create a photo. So I wasn't able to get any of those. If anybody might or knows where they can come across those, if you can let me know, and then I can add them. I do have a slideshow, but really I wasn't able to get any of the documents. It's just basically a bunch of pictures of Sandy Smith and Stephen Smith and stuff like that I put in the slideshow, but I'm not even going to show those. I'm just going to save those for like my thumbnails and stuff until I can get some of those court documents maybe, and then after that we can kind of go through those too in a future show. But I did try and save those documents. They just weren't. I can go to the web page links, and we can maybe click on them. I'm just not sure how close it'll show them. So we'll go ahead and go into some of these new videos, see what's new. Give me 1 second here. Let's see, and then we'll see what's new here. Where's my banners? There they are. We'll get those put up there. And throw that up there too. I had to reinstall my Discord today, really? I'm having 5 guys tonight. I had that one time. That shit was so expensive. So expensive. Let's see. Beef stew. Yum, that sounds good. Yep. So, if anybody has any thoughts or opinions or would like to comment or commentate on this topic, you're more than welcome. 18+ channel. That is right. We do have the parental advisory up there. Okay, 1 second here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get into this folder. Oh, we got to throw the crime scene tape up. Hold on. We're not ready yet. We got to shut it down. All right. Oh, covered up the wrong thing. Whoops. We don't need to cover us up. We need to cover that up. There we go. But we're going to give it the flashing lights in the background now. Now we're secured. Ready to dive in. Oh my gosh. I forgot. I have to throw these up real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. I just had to put those up there real quick. I forgot to do that. I got to remember to do that in my intro. What's up, Justice? Good job today.
How are you doing?
Just chilling. That was a jam-packed show there today.
It was. I was panicking.
Holy shit.
I was having a panicking moment there. My stuff wasn't letting me move it around like it would, and I was like, oh, shit, I need like 31 minutes to get ready or something because it wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, I was getting ready, and then I saw it change.
Yeah, we were. I was close. I was just trying to get that all in there and was packed in there. But I appreciate you always being there and being in chat and helping with all that. And you're just a very wonderful, supportive person. So I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you too. I know it's tough, doing a show, and it's always hard to make sure that the chat's the hardest. Even though it's the most important thing, it's one of the hardest things to really keep track of when you're doing a show. So
yeah, it is hard to try to get to do both and plus have all the content right. I mean, it is a lot of work, people. It is a lot of work.
Yeah.
So it's easier when I get to come over here and bug you because you did all the work to prep for it. So
yeah.
What I mean? So I'm like a little laid back when I get over here. I'm like, woo,
kick the feet up.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but I very much appreciate you, and I appreciate you covering this Stephen Smith stuff too, because honestly, I think this is going to probably be the even more interesting than the whole rest of the case.
Right.
How
Yeah.
strange it is.
It is. It is so strange. And then just the way that everything went down and how many different angles it has and possibilities. And it's just, I mean, hell, I did the 4 hour show last night and we only took a chunk out of it. There's just so much.
Yeah. Well, I hanged in there with you while you were trying to hook up the Facebook games, true, and even though I was not setting up another, I have set up other accounts for you already, and I'm at my max. I'm at my max already. I've done all the other ones. When you jump back in any of those, I'll be there with you. But
I don't know that I do have to get. I was thinking, I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but I might try and do some Jackbox at the end of the night. I apologize last night how long the show went. I'm really wanting to do some Jackbox, but I really gotta get this case right too. So.
so, are you going to give us any hints of your special guest? Can we have
Well,
any hints?
I'm
Can
still
we guess?
waiting on the final confirmation.
I
So
hear
I don't
you.
know. It was kind of weird. It's we talked about this the last couple nights about these YouTubers that were unalived from a stalker, and it's kind of creeping everybody out. And honestly, it was kind of crazy because I had a couple community posts pop up of people I subscribe to where they're saying they're having to report people as well and stuff, and it's just like, whoa. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know what's up. But yeah, I mean, I definitely feel them because you know I got the stuff to keep me safe with me at all times, and I'll have stuff to record keeping me safe at all times tomorrow. So, we're going to have security on all fronts around here. So, if anybody wants to try and play that game, smile. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, Chris.
Smile. But thank you for the follow system. I apologize. I'm butchering your name. System Mike hearing me. Thank you for the follow. Or sub on Twitch if you want to hop over here on YouTube. Everybody will see what you're chatting there, and thank you for joining the stream there over on Twitch. Do we have any info saying it wasn't an auto accident?
I don't know. There's awful lot of stuff that people are talking about it not being an auto accident. That's for sure.
Well, the first responder, came out and said that there was no signs of a hit and run. There was no tire tracks. There was no um, pieces of a car.
Yep.
In these typical cases where somebody is hit by a vehicle, they're even when their shoes are tied, they fly off, and his shoelaces were loosened, and his
Yeah.
shoes were still on his feet. So, when the first responding officer comes out and says that there was no way that it was a hit and run, when the coroner or see, this is where I get whichever's first, the coroner or pathologist said that it was a hit and run. The officer contacted the other one and said, "Hey, there's no way that this is a hit and run." So then that person reached back out to the coroner pathologist. We're in contacts with each other. Well, okay, but if you want to change it to what you think it is, then go ahead. Then it stayed the same. So it's just like, somebody, the connections with the whole dynasty over there, um, brush under the rug, look the other way. It's just some kid that nobody's going to care about kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Marshmallow? You keep popping in here and talking shit all the time. You can just get out of here. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, you can kiss my ass on the way out, too.
We'll have notes more of that.
That's like the third time they popped in here. So, I don't know why they say something, but whatever.
Troll's got a troll.
Exactly. And let's see. What's up, Grizz? How you doing? We having fun yet? Yeah, I just had fun. I kicked some dipshit out of my stream. Maybe he'll want to smile. Right?
Hi, SRB.
Where's she at? I'm late to chat.
She just popped
Always
in.
PP.
She just popped in.
Oh. You want to watch a 24-hour? Are you going? Are you doing a 24-hour watch? What? Injuries seem to be with the truck rear view, but the scene really being the shoes. Yeah, some even said that it. One of the professionals, medical professionals, or it might have been an officer. I'm still confused about this part too, and I'm sure we'll find that out tonight. One of them even stated bullet hole.
Huh.
Yeah, one of them even. Good evening. One of them stated bullet hole. Yeah, if you guys ever see that marshmallow person pop in, it's like the third time now they pop in and talking shit. They just hop in and say
Really?
a bunch of dumb shit. Yeah, it's like the third time now.
Today?
No, the third
Oh, I
time
was
in the
gonna say,
last like couple weeks, and I've had to delete them every time.
man, we don't need
I
that. We don't got time for that.
lost a lot of sleep after playing bingo. In real life or on Casino World, Mama Bear was there like, yeah, I'm not even timing out. I didn't even see a timeout. I just went there and kicked him out. I don't give a shit. We don't breathe that kind of oxygen in here. So I already know what to do. All right. There's no reason to be negative. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like this channel,
Don't watch
if you don't like what I'm talking about, there's plenty of other fucking shit on YouTube that I'm sure you'll find enjoyable. No reason to be an asshole. Yeah. All right. So I got some new videos that we're going to check out. Some of them are a little lengthy, some of them not. And then, like I said, we'll be going back into the voice messages and such at the end of the show. That way, if you're not interested in going through them with me again, I'm sure it'll be about bedtime. The funny thing is, I was Filipino karaoke live for like 3 hours. I was. That's funny. It was the third time this person was in here saying negative stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, I already know. I'm not playing the timeout game. I'm not, I already know. When you slap me the third time, that's when it's like, all right.
Oh,
We're not doing this no more.
no slapping.
We're not doing this no more. All right, 1 second here.
You can get addicted to bingo, though, Grizz. I mean, you're like, oh, I won this time. And if I would have won this one. You start to doubt your skills
Shoot.
and start to get less bingo cards.
What's
that?
In the Discord? Dang, I missed it and didn't get to use my powers. Oh, oh, I'm sure it'll happen again because I think that's like the second time I've blocked them. The first time I just timed them out and they left. Second time I timed them out, then I had to block them, and this was the third time I just blocked them. So I'm sure they'll make another one, call it the same name, be back in. It's the same picture every time too.
All right, let's watch. Which video you gonna start with?
All right, so this is some local stuff here, and then got some new channels we haven't checked out before. Yeah. Oh, you know what, Kib Kitty, since you're in here, I got on early so that way you could join the panel too, so you didn't have to. I know you go to bed early on these nights. I wanted to make sure I got on here a little earlier too, so you'd be able to hang out more and commentate more as well. I go every once in a while. Nice. We're making s'mores next time. Those sound good. I'm up to 31 million. I know. I wish I had more time to play some of that. Even the pool, the 8-ball pool and casino room. I'm out another Josie Blocks. Nice. That's funny.
Hey, when you get a chance, I need you to check your Discord. You know, after you
Oh,
start a video.
shoot. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, let me start up this video here. Murdaugh Mystery, What Happened to Stephen Smith? We'll play this. Actually, I'm going to go to this defense attorney thing real quick.
It is now raising questions about the unsolved homicide of 19-year-old Stephen Smith back in 2015 after investigators announced they were giving the cold case another look in connection with the recent double murder. Earlier this week, I spoke to the former trooper charged with investigating Smith's case in 2015 about why he thinks there's more to this story than a hit and run.
There was no evidence that pointed towards this being a hit and run or a vehicle even being involved in it. It looked like it was more staged, like possibly the body had been placed in the roadway.
Yeah, it is quiet.
It did not fit the description of what a hit and run would look like. The injuries.
Oh, sorry guys, 1 second here. I forgot I had it turned down. Is that music too loud for you, Justice?
No, it should make. Hopefully, the sound will make up for it.
Here, hold on 1 second. Let me go down to about right here.
Cool.
All right. And I turned this up. It was low.
Okay. And check your Discord while we watch.
Somebody's doing this with a. What the hell? They're recording this on a. No, I'm not watching this. This is somebody recording a TV screen. If you can. I mean, I ain't even got that much shit to do shit with. Come on now. You're recording a TV screen. We're going to go through this video instead. Carolina Tony. Sorry about that. I didn't check that one first. Carolina Tony. Yeah, that's right. All right. This is a channel that we're just checking out for the first time tonight. Oh, that's a pretty cool background. Looking for adventure. Get out on the highway. Right on, dude. All right, this is a right. Cool new channel. Oh wow, is this where his?
We're back in the Hampton, South Carolina area again today. I am here at the Gooding Cemetery. This is a cemetery where Stephen Smith is laid to rest. On July the 8th, 2015, Stephen Smith was found early in the morning dead in the middle of the road. Stephen's death was ruled a hit and run. But after the death of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh in June of 2021, the case has been reopened. Today, I invite you to join me as we look into this mystery. Was it really a hit and run, or was it something else? We'll get right after this station. identification.
I love that.
That's a pretty
Right
cool
after
intro.
the double homicide of Maggie
It was.
Paul Murdoch
Hey,
on June
Yeah.
the
you gotta go
7th,
to your, you gotta go
2021.
to your front door.
Oh, 1 second.
The case of
Oh, there we go. Let me see here. Yeah, 1 second. All right, let me hit play on this. That was a really
And then
cool little intro thing.
When you press play, can you go to your front door, please?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
on June the 7th, 2021, the case of Stephen Smith that was ruled a hit and run was closed back in 2015, has been reopened by the SLED investigators. They're not giving any indication as to why. Very interesting. Why was it open? The really big question is, why was it ever closed? I want to be perfectly clear. I'm not making any accusations, but there have been people said that Smith knew the Murdochs in the morning of the 8th, 2015. A 911 call came in stating that there was a man laying in the middle of the road.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
Man, I like this music.
What road are you? What's the name of the highway that you're on?
I know it's Carterville Road.
Just know it's Crawfordville Road.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. And which way you headed?
What is it with people recording their fucking TVs tonight? What is this shit? This is another channel where they're recording their fucking TV. I love the music in the background, though.
Yeah.
But damn, I see the glare off the. See, you can see the lamp off the fucking TV screen. Oh my god. Oh shit. It's just that kind of night, isn't it? All right. Sorry, everybody.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, you're on that road just before you get into Crawfordville.
Turn Carterville, make that right.
Okay. Crawfordville, take it right.
Wait, take a left. When you go 601,
Uh-huh. If I'm going toward Bamberg, I'm gonna take a left onto that road.
yeah, I can go. I'm still a road called 14. You can go to Sandy Run,
But you're not on Sandy Run Road.
I think it is. You can Sandy Run will stay on that.
Okay. And is it in the road or on the side of the road?
In the road.
In the road.
19-year-old Smith was found in the middle of Sandy Run Road. According to SLED reports, there was a hole above his right eye, scratches on his hands and arms, and his shoulder was partially dislocated.
Oh my god.
The Highway Patrol found Smith's 2013 Chevy.
Yeah, I just heard partially dislocated. I didn't notice that before in these other videos we watched. Partially, what was his shoulder?
Yeah.
Let me go through that again real quick. Hole above his right eye.
Yep.
That's why they thought gunshot. Let me see here. Let me write this down real quick. I hadn't heard the scratch. I did hear the scrapes, but I didn't hear the dislocation. I'll pop back in. Gotta check out the first half. Yeah, no problem. It's going to be a long show.
Year-old Stephen Smith was found in the middle of Sandy Run Road.
Okay. And I do have the location of that on Google Maps, and we can go to that in a little bit.
According to SLED reports, there was a hole above his right eye.
Okay. Hole
Right eye.
above right eye.
Scratches on his hands and arms, and his shoulder was partially.
Okay, scratches on hands and arms. I also heard scratches on his knees. Does anybody know? I heard knees as well. So this says scratches on his hands and arms. Did anybody else hear knees?
They didn't say knees yet.
I thought I heard knees on another video we watched yesterday. Okay.
Dislocated.
His shoulder partially dislocated. Okay.
The Highway Patrol found Smith's 2013 Chevy Aveo about 3 miles away. It was locked, the gas door was open, and the gas cap was hanging loose. They also stated.
Okay. So the car was locked.
3
Gas
miles
cap
away.
Off and open. 3 miles away from body in opposite direction of nearest gas station.
That the battery was functional, but the car would not start.
There we go. Battery functional, car out of gas. So that answers that.
Also, investigation uncovered that there were no broken glass or car parts or skid marks. If he had been hit by a car, you would at least think that would be visible.
Right. Any
This
of
was
those.
unrelated, and I filmed at another site. But as you can see, this turn signal lens, this is what happens when you hit a dog. Les Moore, what would happen if you hit a human being? One would think there would be some type of evidence left in
No
the road.
sign of hit and run.
Investigator D.B. Rowell wrote
D.B.
in the
Rowell.
original report, July the 8th, 2015, the victim's shoes were loosely tied and both were still on. After consulting with mate, we see no evidence to suggest the victim was struck by a vehicle. He went on to say, I was advised there was a possible gunshot wound to the victim's head. An investigator who attempted to dig into the autopsy report indicated in the notes that he got into a heated discussion with the pathologist, Aaron Presnell, who performed the Smith's autopsy. The doctor said it was a hit run based on only the evidence being found in the middle of the road. He asked Presnell, is it possible a baseball bat could have caused it? She said, yes, it's possible. Did you find a bat? The investigator noted that as he was leaving, Presnell told him that the report was just preliminary, but it was his job to figure out what struck Smith, not hers. The investigator had a conversation with the coroner on August the 18th, 2015, and even the coroner said that he did not agree with the pathologist's suggestion that Smith was struck by a motor vehicle.
Agree with Stephen's lifestyle, but that don't mean that he gets to be killed and nobody gets to find out what happened.
I'm gonna be honest with you, we're right along. Even the sheriff's department, I mean, everybody's, there's nothing. And this is one of the reasons why I don't feel like it's a hit and run. I've looked at the.
Can it get any more twisted than this? After the car was searched, it was given back to Stephen's mother. She found a slip of paper in it with a gate code to a gated community in Hilton Head. Was the slip of paper added after the investigators searched it? Was it planted later to throw investigators off the trail. No member of the Murdoch family was ever officially named in the investigation or even suggested. In the case file, a man called in and said his stepson had killed Stephen mistakenly with his car, and that Randy Murdoch told him to call. Kind of weird, isn't it? As of this date, no one has been charged. Still remains a mystery. It was Stephen's dream to become a doctor, but because his family had very little money, he decided that he would start out as a nurse and work his way up. The Gooding Cemetery is on the same road that Stephen died on. Stephen was buried in a brand new set of scrubs that came in the mail on the day that he died.
Wow. That's sad. Was buried in a pair of new scrubs that came the day he died.
That is very sad.
It is. It's very, very sad. No, it said the link was bad. Let me see. I didn't. Just add me as a friend on there. Maybe. I'm not sure. So this is the location. What I can actually do is this is where it was found. So I can right click it, copy this to my clipboard. If you want to copy this, this is the location on Google. It's the GPS markings. So there you go. Yeah, right here. Now, I wish I knew how to do those pin things like gray hues. That'd be cool. But right here is the location. Now, I did have some other pictures like but we're gonna see that stuff in the call videos and stuff where you can see the McMillan farm. So when we get into those phone calls and I take notes on that, then in future shows we'll kind of go to the background of all of these other players that could potentially be involved in this. So when I go through my notes with the calls later at the end of the show, then we can start kind of looking up these other individuals and these other theories that are tied to this young gentleman's case. What's up, Kib Kitty? How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you? Hi, Justice.
Hello.
Good show today.
Thank you. Thanks for watching.
Oh, no problem. It was interesting.
Yeah, jam-packed.
It was jam-packed. I may have tried to push too much, but
there's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. Carolina Tony. That's interesting.
Hey, I think, by the way, when you're in Google Maps, if you right-click on the location, I think it'll show you where you can like star pin stuff.
Let me see here.
You should have an
missing place. What's here? Directions to here. What's here? Maybe. Oh, there's the address.
You should have something to be. Yeah.
5422. Yeah, it. I can add a miss. I tried doing like a label. Also, that didn't work. Yeah, that's why when I go to add a missing place, then it wants me to like add something on Google Maps itself. So it's like, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, you have to like put it in for some kind of verification or some shit that it's a actual
Yeah, I've done pins and some distancing. I'm trying to remember, but
Mm.
that is true. I probably have with my list of my own Google things murder scenes, so that's probably a bad thing.
People will come across it on Google and be like, "Hey, honey, we're driving by this.
Right.
It's showing up on my Google Maps in the car." So strange. Wonder where he was walking. Yeah, because when you look at this road, see, now I didn't figure out where the car was located. I was just able to figure out where Steven was located. Now I'm
Well, they said within
assuming.
a 3 miles away in the opposite direction. So if you click on
So
that address, click on a location that, like, click on something else to see, and then measure the distance to see how far away it is. You know what I mean?
directions from here. Okay, there we go. Directions from here, and then we need to go
Like, yeah, click on where.
Rockettville.
Yeah, check there.
Let's
Well,
see.
now do check the distance.
Add destination, and we'll get rid of this. There we go. 2 miles.
So it's even farther than that. A whole nother
Oh,
mile.
it was on Bomberg Highway. The car was. I'm wondering if the car was right here. There's 3 miles.
There it is.
There we go. Yeah, and I'm just guessing that's where the car is. I don't know. It's Bromberg Highway, so I just put it in the middle, kind of right there. 3 miles, so okay. So
Well,
then,
the
is
car
there another?
Let's see.
Is there another?
So the
road,
car
though?
is supposed to be there. Where's his body supposed to be on this map? Let me see.
Right here.
Right there.
5422 Sandy Run.
And
5422
where's his house?
Sandy Run. I'm not sure what his home address is. I'm not even sure. Does anybody have? So go to the hamburger menu left, and you can pin it. The hamburger menu. Where's that?
There. You see pin?
Pin. Yeah, I did the pin, and it just changed the name to SS. It didn't actually allow me three lines. This? Okay. Saved location, timeline, data, embed, add, edit the map.
I know I've done it in there. I just can't remember at this moment how.
Not feedback. It's not a missing place. Yeah, it's not a missing place. It's not a business. I can't edit the map. That's okay. Do we have the addresses for the... Yeah, that's what I was clicking on, and there was nothing in there for me to do it. And I did try a pin, and that didn't work either, because that's what I thought it was at first. So let me add directions from here.
Oh, it says in here, it's saying if you open up an address, scroll around the map till you find the location you want. Long press on the screen to drop a pin. The address or location will... Oh, that just pops it up, though.
Yeah. It's okay. I don't need to have a map with
Which address are you looking for first?
Just the address where the vehicle was found. And I guess if we could find where his home location is too. I don't know. I don't want to put that address out there, I suppose.
I know, but he's gone, and you're trying to figure out what are they trying to say. Is he walking home? Because if he's walking the wrong way, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
I'm guessing. Let me see. I bet we could find where the car was at based off of a picture from where. Is there like a zoomed back picture of the car we can maybe use? Because that's how I found out where his body was on Google Maps. Is I was using different pictures that were zoomed back, and I was comparing roads and the agriculture and the dense sections and farmland. I was comparing all of it, and that's how I got the location. So we probably could, based off a picture as well. Couple calls, be right back. You have to save it first, though. Yeah, if I can just get the addresses, that's fine too. Because hell, I can take if I can get the address, I can take screenshots, and then we won't even have to do this again. I'll just take a screenshot. Actually,
yeah.
Once I get the car,
now,
I'll take a screenshot.
I'm looking up here too, and that it is. I don't know if on purpose it's giving vague address info because just again I see 3 miles away. Report that his cart was pulled off of the road. Yeah, that doesn't help.
Here, I'm gonna look on Google Stephen Smith's car.
Well, yeah, that's a
picture. Stephen Smith's car. I bet I can. Okay, so we need a zoomed out picture though. A zoomed out picture. Stephen Smith. I better put Murda on there because it's bringing up some freaking sports person. Okay.
Thank you, CJ, for the new avatar.
Oh, you're welcome. It looks cool. Like your Kid Kitty's reaching for the stars, but you're right there. I'm not finding a zoomed out picture here. Huh. I see a picture where it's like kind of half in the grass, half out on the. What the heck? Why are we not finding a picture here? Wow, I went through all the search images. I'm wondering if it'll be on one of these videos. So maybe we'll just go to a video. Because I could have swore
Have you seen a picture of the hold on, let me make sure this is it. Oh yeah, it is. Did you see the picture of the you probably already did, but it's a picture of the accident scene with the thing on the floor?
Thing on the floor.
With his body on the floor?
No. There.
Can I show you?
You mean like a recreation or something? Like
it's like an image, a gray image, and it's got a blacked out image of a body on the floor. Have you seen that on the ground on the road?
I don't know. Let me see here. I'm wondering if that's what I was thinking.
It's got the SC South Carolina Department of Postal incident report on it too.
Send it.
Hold on, let me send you the link.
To Discord here. Josie sent something too here.
Here's
the map in Murda 5 deaths. Okay.
I'll put it in show links too.
So, Fitz News. With mapping. All right, I'm just looking at this one link here. Okay, so is this what you were talking about, Justice? This thing?
Oh, hold on. Let me make sure you're showing it. Hold on. Oh, wait.
It's like
Yeah.
the road.
It's like that. When I was streaming, it was going down the other way, and then underneath it, there's an incident report. There's the actual South Carolina incident report. There it is.
Okay, right here.
Oh wait,
All right.
is that it? Why is yours look different?
Well, this is a link from Josie. There was a couple links here.
There, yeah. Above it is his weight and all this kind of stuff, and it looks like it's got. Yeah, it's the original incident report. Then it's got the full description.
Okay.
I'm just looking through it.
Let's see. I don't see the. Here it is. Huh? Let me click on this other one real quick. And this is the map of the. Let's see. This is the map. What's up, Punksy?
Hey, Punksy.
Okay. So this is the Hampton one.
I'm just checking if I see the car. There's lots of pictures in it.
Crocketville 8-7. What's 8 and 7? Okay, does it tell you? 1, Stephen Smith. What's 8 and 7? 8, shooting. Okay. Wow, look at how. Okay, so we'll go to 1. Whoa. Thank you, Josie. Let me. All right. So. Yep, that's exactly. All right. So. Does it show other addresses? Okay. Yeah, that's the location we have. No, that's where his body is located, not the vehicle.
Okay.
Let me see. And we'll get into the that article a little later. And I'm thinking that some of these zoomed out pictures of the vehicle were on one of the videos we watched last night, and I bet we probably see one come across another video tonight. So I know at least I got where the body's located on Google. Now we just need a good image of the car, so you can see in the background of this right here the car's mostly off. This big thumbnail. Car's mostly off into the grass, a little bit onto the road. So, and it's by a thick area of trees. So I'm sure if we get a zoomed out area, we look on Hamburg Road, we'll figure it out. I have no doubt about that. So what's up? So
I'm just letting Josie know. Just letting Josie know. No, I'm not lighting up a cigarette right now. I'm in the house. I'm going to.
That lighter go.
Not.
Coming soon. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just click on this video. This is from 6 days ago. Yeah, and if anybody finds out the address or a zoomed out picture of the vehicle, let me know. I'm sure we'll come across something here. So the gas cap was off. Yeah, gas cap was off. Car was locked. It was out of gas. He was found 3 miles away from his vehicle in the opposite direction of the closest gas station. And see, this is what I'm not understanding as of right now, where exactly this car would be on Hamburg Road, because I would assume a gas station would be in Crocketville right here. And if he walked from here into Crocketville and then up that way, I don't understand. But
Wait a
maybe this
minute.
is no, there is no gas station there. It's a farm.
Okay, I just
Okay.
dropped it in Discord. I found where it is and his address.
Okay, let me see here. That last one is, yeah, we will check that out in a little, that link out here. Okay. Let me see. Incident hit and run. Open in browser. Okay, so how do I zoom in? It won't let me click. Let me see. Body located, approximate location of vehicle. Okay, so I got, it looks, okay, so let me take that screenshot in my head and see where I can find that terrain type. Okay. So let me move this location here, add a destination. I'll get rid of this so I can clear this out. Here, I'll just add one here. It's not letting me. Hold on. Come on, Google. Add destination. Okay, so get rid of that one. Why is it doing that? Here, I'll go the opposite freaking way. There. Okay, I just needed to clear that out. Okay, so I'm thinking it's right here. Let me go back to this picture. Where's that image? So you guys are still seeing it. Let's see. So it's right here. Then it's, so it looks like a boot. It looks like a boot. Okay, so it looks like the terrain has changed. Or whatever they're growing, or fields, because it looked like a boot. I'm assuming it's right here. Is what I'm assuming. But I can't be for sure because it's got a different layout of farmland there now. I'm thinking it's about right there. And that would be about right. It's about 3 miles. So that probably is where it's at. Or at least, you know. Now I can zoom in. It was...
Damn, that doesn't help.
Parked... There's a house. There's a part where... Yeah, that should be... Whoa, what's all this stuff? Let me just get rid of this here. Add destination. Get rid of that crazy stuff. Zoom back out. It's probably about right here. And right. So I'll just leave that up here for now. And let's see here. All right, so let me get into this next video here while we're kind of doing some stuff in the background. This came out 6 days ago. Families still hoping for answers about what happened to Stephen Smith. Thank you, everybody. Oh, where is... All right, and thank you, everybody, for hanging out and helping out, too.
Tyler, we also heard from investigators themselves this morning.
The chief of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, had staff work overtime on this investigation, and they'll continue to work on the other crimes they say are connected to Alec Murdaugh.
And it's not the end. It's the next step in a long road, just every person who has been victimized by Alex Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh has now been rightfully found guilty of murdering his wife Maggie and Paul. Found guilty because he was guilty.
Well, that statement comes nearly 2 years after SLED reopened several investigations connected to the family because of the murder case. One of those is the 2015 death of Stephen Smith.
Smith's body was found on the side of a Hampton County road in what was described at the time as a hit. According to the report from South Carolina Highway Patrol, the Murdaugh name was mentioned multiple times while mentioned. SLED says they reopened that investigation on 21 due to evidence they found during the Murdaugh murder investigation.
New at 5, Haley Boland is in Hampton County with more on how the Smith family is reacting to the Murdaugh's conviction.
Stephen Smith cemetery on Sandy Run Road, the same road Stephen's body was found in 2015. Now, his trial, they soon hope that Stephen will get justice as well.
SLED still hasn't officially said connection between Stephen Smith's case and Murdaugh family. In the Smith family statement released by their attorney, Sandy Smith, Stephen's mom, says the verdict provides much needed closure to Maggie's and Paul's loved ones, adding, quote, "We know firsthand the agony and frustration of being in the dark about how a family member was killed, and I am thankful the whole story was put before the jury in a public trial. One day, I pray the same happens for my Stephen, but today we should remember the victims of this man who so many people trusted." Himlap, the attorney representing the family, says the verdict in this trial is the result of hard work from SLED and the state's attorney general's office, and that the family is, quote, confident they will continue to exhibit this level of dedication to their investigation into Stephen's murder, no matter where that investigation may lead. Just this past July at Gooding Cemetery, Stephen's family and friends gathered to reveal a new headstone for him 7 years after his death. Investigation into the incident continues.
His family continues to encourage anyone with information about his death to reach out to Crime Stoppers or SLED. We'll have that contact information in this story on our website. In Hampton County, Haley Boland, WTOC News.
Yeah, there is a speculation about that, Josie. We'll be going into, if you're not able to make it for the phone call stuff later in the show, you can, I would come back and do the replay. We're going to be going through all of the phone calls and everything. It's about an hour and stuff of phone calls, add another 30, 45 minutes for commentary and taking notes. We'll be going through all those phone calls. There's a ton of them. There's a ton of other theories it could be. Last night's show, I'm trying to think when it was the 2 hour and 35 minute mark at last night's show. We started going through them at first, but we were just listening to everything. Tonight, we're actually going to go through them again and take notes, and because there's a lot of information with those voice messages, a lot of connections, a lot of people involved.
Hey CJ,
What's that?
On the private chat, the third little image there, if you click on that, I think that'll give you a better view of that map that you had opened.
Okay.
Of the scenes and all the addresses.
Yeah. Well,
So that little link for
see,
the third one, I think it gives a much better view of where everybody is, like where he lived and that on it.
yeah, let me
It's a
I'm
bigger
gonna
map
take
at
a
least.
screenshot of that. Here's the thing, because I'm looking at. Thank you for that, by the way. I'm looking at. See where it's got the red, where it's showing the vehicle.
Yeah, approximately location of
Um,
Stephen Smith's vehicle. Yep.
okay, now see how it's got like what looks like a boot for the landscaping. It's got like a boot with an empty circle in the middle where the toe would be. So it's like a boot that has a hole in it where the toe's at, right? Right underneath that red circle
Hold on. Let me look for a boot with a toe. Okay. All
with
right.
a hole where a toe would go.
Okay.
Okay. Now, give me 1 second. I gotta save this in my folder here. Stephen Smith slideshow. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to this. Right? Here's this. Here's the same road. This is where the body supposedly was found in that general area. You tell me where you see that boot with a hole in the toe. So the landscaping's different. So it's gonna be kind of hard to find it.
Yeah, because
with
it's
that
going the
because the
other direction.
landscaping is different.
It's going the opposite direction of where you are. And because it's
Oh, hold on a minute. That's right.
It's going to the right. It's
Yes,
not going
that's
to the
right.
left.
It's going. There it is. There it is. It's right there. Thank you for noticing that. Wow. There we go. So I need to get rid of this. Put it here in Crocketville. Get rid of that. You're right.
Yeah.
There it is right
And then,
there.
and then the
Yep.
yellow that stretches out from that is Sean Conley address currently and in 2016. And then the farthest left up yellow is the Smith resident in 2015. And then the bottom left one is Patrick Wilson's address in 2015.
All right. So we'll go back to that. I'm going to save that. This is locations. Locations. All right, so it's at the very top right tip, actually. So let me update. So really, it's right. Remove directions. So right there. So in the opposite direction of the nearest gas station. So where? My gosh, where would that be? I guess the nearest gas station might be over here. No, that's country as well.
But do you see that further thing they have highlight? That's the Murdow's over to the far right, like almost off the page.
Yeah,
See
that's
that?
where Maggie and Paul were unalived.
Right.
Yep. That's not very far. That's where their hunting lodge was.
Thank you.
Smith Residence, 4220 Joe Miley Road. So let me add that in there. 4220 Joe Miley Road. Joe Miley Road. Brunson? All right, so there we go. Well, he was walking home. Look. He had to have been walking home. Right there. Yeah, he had to be walking home.
So was he walked? Is his home? Is his
Right here.
home the direction of where his car was going?
He was the direction of
No.
where he was walking. The car, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, see Hampton School District all the way to the right?
Okay.
That's where the car was found. See where it says 5422 Sandy Run Road in the middle?
I've got
That's
my
where
readers
his
on,
body
but I
was
can't
found.
see it.
Well, the dot that's in the middle.
The red?
No.
The yellow, the lowest yellow on the right side.
Oh, okay.
That's the
Oh.
body.
Right. So, here, sorry. I keep hitting switch on StreamYard and it doesn't do it. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were looking at this, Kip Kitty. Do you see the thing all the way to the right now? Where
Yes.
it says Hampton School District?
Hampton School District.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
where
see
the
it.
car was found. The dot in the middle, 5422, is where the body was found, and then the 4220 in the top right is the location of his home. So to me, it looks like the car broke down and he was walking home. Because he's on the
I don't
same
think it-
road as if he was walking home.
I don't think it looks like it's on the same street part, though. I mean, why would you park your car that far out and then start heading home?
No, that's where it ran out of gas.
Well, yeah, but why would you just leave your car there?
So
I'm just
he
asking.
probably, who knows? Because maybe he didn't have a ride. Maybe he didn't want a ride. Maybe he was told he was going to get a ride. Now, it is odd that he left his wallet in his car. But if I'm looking at the addresses we have in there and the location of the different locations, it looks like the car broke down here. And really, this is the quickest way for you to walk home. And they're off of the same road. So it's, yeah, right there. Location of the body. He turns left at the Y section and then would keep going down Joe Miley Road. And his home is literally right off the same road that his body was found on. It's the same county road. S2538 is just a different name for each. So right here it's Joe Miley. Joe Miley. Joe Miley. Then it turns into Sand Run Road. So Joe Miley really ends where Sand Run meets Joe Miley. Sand Run, that's where his body was found, right here. So really, you would just be walking down that same road until you got home. Right there.
Okay, so what I'm looking at is that he walked. I'm looking at the other map because I took a screenshot of it and I enlarged it like major. So I'm looking at that he would have had to walk back, and which means he didn't walk very far at all, according to looking at this map. Because that street where he goes, where he's walking on that main street that would go back to Sean Conley's address. And then he would have had to go up farther in order to turn left because there is no straight road going to his address at 4220 Joe Miley Road. Why do they not have the address of Sean Conley in there? That would be helpful. I'm just looking at this one. This one doesn't look like the road goes that straight across, but
sent seed last night with the girl, but it's really long. Yeah, we'll be going into some stuff. I don't want to spend too much time on this because we do have a lot of other stuff to go over. But to me, I mean, we have it right there where the car was found, where the body was found, and the home address. And to me, it looks like, I mean, we already looked. It's the same road the body was found on.
But your blue is going across houses and stuff like that. It's not actually
No.
going on a road.
No, it is a road. These are roads.
No, I know
Look.
those are roads. Go back where you just were. Like go.
Yeah, it's all a road.
Okay, go back here. That's not a road.
Yeah, it is. It's County Road S-25-38. It's Joe Miley Road. It's a road. It's the same road. See, County Road S-25-38, Joe Miley Road, is the same road that turns into Sandy Run Road, which is County Road S-25-38. It's the same road the body was found on. It's the quickest way to get home because any of these other roads is going to take you a lot longer to get there. Unless you're talking about this road right here that my mouse is on, but it doesn't look like that road would be lit up like the one streetlights and stuff. I doubt County Road S-25-38 even had that many streetlights. Yeah, here I'll put the Google directions that I have for all three of these locations.
No, maybe it's
chat.
just not showing up. Maybe it's not showing up on there.
Here you go. Yeah, there's the link. Yep, 422 Joe Miley Road. There's the county road right here where my mouse is. Coming down here, the YT section, Sean Connolly's address is on Sand Run Road. It's the road that Y sections into Joe Miley Road, which is still S-25-38, which is the same road that Stephen Smith's body was found on.
That's interesting.
So here's the link for this picture if anybody wants to check them out. There's that one for this, and then I gave you the link for the Google directions with all three locations. And it's a total of 9 miles. From where the car was located to where he resided at with his mother. So to me it looks What's up, Melmac? Yeah, there was no car parts, there was nothing, there was no car tracks like the first responding officer stated, and why he got emotional when he found out they were labeling a hit and run, because he knew that there was nothing at all that would point to a hit and run. There were no signs of a hit and run. He even stated in one of the videos that the blood marks didn't even match where the body was, or how it would have. If it was a hit and run, it didn't match up, and it sure as hell didn't match up with how his body was found. I took screenshots of that map. You're welcome. Yeah, and then there's the link too if you guys want. But yeah, I would, if it was me and my car broke down, I'd take the same way, because if you try and take any of these other roads out in the country, there's probably no streetlights except for where there's intersections. At least with the 601, which is a major road, and then you got the Sand Run, which is another major road. you probably have at least a couple street lights going up and down there. Probably not much because it is kind of out there in the open with all the country roads. But to me, that would probably be the way that I would take home if that's where I lived and that's where my car broke down. He just didn't make it to where the road splits into Y. Because see, this is where that Sean person you're talking about. Here, let me click to this other map. So this is where that Sean person lives. Would be right here. And I'm just guessing, I don't know the exact address. So don't think that that's the exact one, anybody watching. But that's in a general area of where Sean's residence is located. That's where his mother's residence is located. He just didn't quite make it to the split in the Y for the road. And then there's another screenshot if you guys want that too. I wish I could minimize the stuff on the left here. I'd like to see more map, but I can't. I think I'm going to take a screenshot too, real quick. And I will put this link in the chat too. I think someone clipped him with a rear view. Let me see. Just happened 2 summers ago. Lady clipped in broad daylight by the mirror of a truck. She ended way in the ditch. They will be pushed somewhere.
Yeah, you would think they're not
the road. Right.
Not going to end up in the middle of the road.
Mm-hmm. On your knees. And normally, if that's happening, there's going to be tire marks because somebody's going to instant react and jump on the brakes unless it's deliberate. And then even if that's the case, you might swerve.
Yeah.
If you're going after and you're leaving a little bit of a tire mark there too. So I don't know. They didn't find any tire marks. Well, thank you for everybody. That was way more than... And great map there, JSD. Thank you for that, too. Sean Connolly. He'll be coming up in these phone call voice recordings that we're going to be going into later. There's probably a total of 11 or 12 people that we're going to have to jot down. They each say different things. So I want to really be able to get some notes in on those messages later on, and we'll be doing that for sure. Let me see here. I'm going to go to another video. Is there anything else you guys want to add real quick before I go to the next one? It's about a couple videos about his headstone I want to highlight. Thanks to Susanne Andrews. And then kind of go into some other videos about re-examining the facts and stuff.
I'm going to step outside for a minute. If it gets too loud, just tell me from traffic.
Okay.
Okay.
Or just mute it if you think it might be, but it's all right. Wasn't any tire marks with my... Was it? Really? Wow, no way. How did it take place? Launched her off the side of the road? Dang. I would just assume. I never hit anybody with a car, so I'm just assuming. All right, this is the headstone. There's a couple of these real quick. I think this is pretty neat, and I do want to highlight this part of it. Dang it, it didn't... Hold on, it didn't do it again. What is going on with this? Did you have problems today with StreamYard, Justice? It's like every time I go to switch it, it's doing this now.
The Murdaugh mystery saga has been filled with heartbreak, tragedy, and
Oh
love.
my gosh.
But
I'm sorry to
tonight,
hear
some
that.
good coming from all of this for the family of Stephen Smith. This blue marker on Sandy Run Road in Hampton County reminds passerbys of a life gone too soon.
Oh,
The
it's
life
faded.
of Stephen Smith.
He was funny. He was hilarious. He was just a ray of sunshine when he walked in a room. He was always smiling, loved books, wanted to be a doctor.
Stephen was just 19 years old when his body was found here in the middle of the highway. His death ruled a hit and run. Today, Stephen would be 25 and still. His family questions what happened to Stephen the night of July 8th, 2015.
I know Stephen. He wouldn't have been in that road. He had his phone on him. He would have called.
Back in June, shortly after the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, SLED announced it was looking into Stephen's death based on information discovered during the Murdaugh murders investigation. SLED did not elaborate on what that evidence was.
I was so happy. I couldn't even cry for hours. I was in shock.
As word about this case and Stephen's story spread, a stranger came to visit Stephen's grave in the Gooding Cemetery and found Stephen had no headstone. That's when she contacted his mother, Sandy, and started a fundraiser through Steedley Monument Works to get Stephen a headstone.
It means a lot. It means the world. To know that there's still caring and loving people, you know, in this world. And I'm grateful for all doing.
Sandy and Stephen's twin sister are now working to climb for it.
He loved the beach, so we were going to do like a beach scene and then have his picture on there.
Knowing Stephen would be proud.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to tell you what he would say. You would do that for me?
If you would like to donate to Stephen's headstone, you can call Steedley Monument Works at 843-538-8103.
And this is the lady who put that together. This is what it looks like right now. It's got a sand with some water in the back of it, and it's got looks like love with a heart written with the finger on the sand of the beach. This is the lady that went ahead and put all that together. Currently, she is trying to get a hate crime bill passed. She made it through the House, and now she's on the way to the Senate. So if you're if you're a South Carolina resident, you're able to sign this, and they only for South Carolina residents you're able to sign it, and then help her get signatures for that. So it looks like everything's going good with that. All right, and I got one more video on the headstone. It is. They were only trying to raise $4,000, and they ended up raising $40,000, and they got Stephen's dad a grave as well. Let me see, where is that? Maybe I didn't. I thought I did.
I thought I saw one. It looked like his dad's is in the shape of a football or something.
I don't know. I thought I had another video for it. I could have swore I did. Oh, here it is.
Emotional day in Hampton County as the family of a man killed in the presumed 2015 hit and run unveiled his new headstone. The family of Stephen Smith gathered today 7 years after the week of his burial. Smith's body was found along Sandy Run Road in July of 2015. That case went cold, but is now gaining new attention since the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division reopened the case last summer. This, as the Smith family's lawyer says, investigators discovered new information after the deaths of former Low Country attorney Alec Murdaugh's wife and son. WTOC's Flynn Snyder was at the unveiling of the headstone today and joins us now. Flynn.
Haley, those close with the family say today's unveiling brought them a sense of togetherness as one woman's fundraising efforts aim to give Stephen what she calls a proper memorial for his final resting place. But the family is still looking for answers tonight as the questions around Stephen's death remain.
3, 2, 1.
No parent will ever have closure losing their child.
While those close with Stephen Smith's family say the pain of his death will never go away, they say today's headstone unveiling brought them a moment of support,
Wow, that thing looks
especially for
nice.
Stephen's mom, Sandy.
Aw.
It's a sense of togetherness. It's a sense of love and support for Miss Sandy and Stephanie, Stephen's twin, that you can't put a price tag on. You can't put words. There are no strong enough words to describe how fulfilled my heart is to see this actually come to fruition for her.
Susanne Andrews said she was motivated to help Smith's family after seeing a Facebook post of his burial site.
It pretty much tore my heart out of my chest to know that it had been 6 years since Stephen had passed and he did not have a proper memorial for his final resting place.
Which led her to start Standing for Stephen, a fundraising campaign to raise money to buy a new headstone for his grave.
There's no words that I can express that led me to do this. It's just something I knew I had to do. I have an almost 18-year-old son, and I just couldn't imagine if it was my child.
And now the Smith family attorney is remembering Stephen, who was openly gay, as an aspiring doctor, but expressed anger over his killing.
Imagine what kind of doctor he would have been to gay kids. But he's not, because someone decided to bash his head in.
And says Smith's death has been buried behind headlines of the Murdaugh family.
We're here to remind everyone there's another unsolved murder in Hampton, deserving of attention as well. There's another unsolved murder with every mystery. Who, what, why, how. Stephen's family is deserving of answers, and we intend to find them.
As the Smith family now comes together to remember a man who many say brought so much light to the community. And the family is pleading with the public tonight, urging anyone with information about Stephen Smith's death to contact SLED. Haley?
Thanks, Flynn. And former Low Country attorney Alec Murdaugh is set to...
All right, there's that. That was pretty cool. I'm glad the mom finally got it, because if you saw the pictures in the other video of what it used to look like, it was like that for 5 years.
Yeah.
The average income there is $17,000 a year. Can you imagine? $17,000 a year is the average household income. So, okay. Now,
sorry, I was on mute.
Oh,
I can't imagine trying to live on that.
you know what I mean? 17,000. It's no wonder they couldn't afford anything more than that. And bravo to Susanne Andrews for putting together a GoFundMe to do that. Didn't even know him. It is very beautiful, SRB.
Yep.
And I don't think that she would have cremation. I don't know, just my opinion. If you think that something's fishy about your son's passing, I don't know if I would do any cremating. You know, I would probably want to try and make sure I could. But who knows? Financially, it might have been easier. But I don't know. I never heard anything about cremations, but I don't know that for a fact.
Well, if you're looking for evidence to stay around, that it's good to not do the cremation for sure.
Exactly. Preserve it as much as you can. We'll be going through Fitz News now. I think Pam sent me this link. I want to say, Pam, if you're not in chat, I just want to say I hope you feel better. She reached out to me before the show in email and said that she's not feeling good. She was gonna try and hang out in the show, but I just said, get your rest. Let us know how you feel. Last time she wasn't feeling good. She ended up having to go to the doctor. So let's cross some fingers and send out some prayers for Pam and hope that she feels better. Thank you for all the links, Pam. I appreciate it. So this is a Fitz News link that I got sent to me, and this is Forensic Team Re-Examines the Stephen Smith Case. We did check out a video from them yesterday, and they really had a lot of good information too.
I'm Shannon Ferguson. I am a mother of two. I recently moved to Tennessee, and I went back to school as an adult for my passion in forensics. I earned a degree in crime scene technology, and because of that degree, I was invited onto a team of first responders called FEMRS, which is Florida Emergency Mortuary Operations Response System. And it is a team of very, very dedicated professionals that get deployed in the event of a mass casualty event. So it's a position that is a true honor to be on, but it's also a position because of a deployment, something horrible has happened. So, but it's an honor, and I work with the most amazing people. I had heard about this case in several different conversations. It never, ever occurred to me it was the same case. When it was presented to me as one case, what do you say? It was just chaos. It was just chaos. And it was brought to me because of my forensic background, that, people thought I would have a great interest in it. And when I heard the whole case, my stomach sank when I heard the entire case, which, if you ask me, it started with Stephen Smith. And I thought, my God, this boy, and he was just a boy, barely an adult, has been completely ignored and neglected since he died. It just hit me in the pit of my stomach. What would I do if it happened to my child? And then looking into it even more with the eyes that I have, it didn't make sense. And because of that, I thought, there's got to be something. There's got to be something I can do. And I went to work trying to figure that out. When I decided to get to work and just brainstorm to figure out how can I use what I've learned, what I know, use my knowledge to make a difference in this case. Honestly, I'm going to start to cry. There was only two names that came immediately to my head, and they were the two women that taught me everything I know and have brought me to where I am today. And they were my professors in college, Bertha and Harlot. I couldn't imagine being on a team with more spectacular, wonderful, strong, confident, and capable women with just an extraordinary forensic background. And I am just so honored that they agreed to go to work with me.
My name is Harlot Laco. I'm a forensic scientist. I graduated with a master's degree in forensic science. And during about 10 years, I was doing research in forensic and human population genetics. And I've always been fascinated about forensics. I actually tried to start a dental school in the past, but then turned out in forensic science because I really like that. I also had good professors when I did my career that actually encouraged me to do this. And I'm actually a professor, so I teach in a crime scene and a forensic investigation program. And I've been teaching that for about 10 years. I heard about the case a little bit, but Shannon was the one that brought the case to me, and the opportunity and the idea to help in this case. So it's been actually like very excited, and what we really want is to bring justice for Stephen, and I think that's our mission here and our goal. So that's basically what brought me to work in that case, to bring justice to him and his family and some closure.
My name is Bertha Hurtado. I am originally from South America, from Lima, Peru. I came to the United States for school, and I pursued a graduate degree in forensic anthropology. I was fortunate enough to go back to my country and work on some human rights violation cases, which was one of the most rewarding experiences. I worked in the field for many years, and that also allowed me to gain a lot of experience with forensic cases. I have done crime scene investigation work, and I've also taught for about 5 years in the field of forensic anthropology and forensic investigations. So what attracted me the most of Stephen Smith's case was ultimately the justice. It's been too many years and still a lot of questions that were unanswered. So collaboratively with my team, we kind of brainstormed, we honed into the case, and we realized that there could be a good, solid approach to it, a collective approach. And there's always a need for justice, and there's always, I think, if people were to see it with a different light, a good collaborative approach. There's always room for another set of eyes to look at cases. And I say this from experience. I've never in the years that I have worked in the field, if I needed assistance from either other agencies or other experts, I always welcome that, because most of the time it's not a matter of a one-man show, but hey, with what I have now, what can you offer as well? So that was, at the end, the primary focus was, what can we do to assist in this case? If you don't give it the hump, or you don't give it the opportunity, it will never come to you. Or at least you planted the seed and you said, hey, we're not here for glory or a pat on the back. I get that from my husband and kids, and that's enough for me. You know what I mean? So it's seriously, the selfless approach is also really, really important. And I realized it when the first case that I solved, and that was, to this day, I have the daughters calling me every Thursday without failure. We have a talk. They hadn't seen their mother disappear. So it's a commitment. And once you commit to the cause, you commit to the family, you commit to the person.
We definitely decided unanimously to commit to something.
Yeah. And we said, let's do it.
Yep.
Whatever it takes.
So going back to the original, we will be back.
Yeah, hopefully this opened a door for people.
Yes.
Yeah.
To be willing to collaborate.
And she looks familiar. I think I've subscribed to her. This lady on the right, she looks familiar. And I think it's one of the videos we'll be going into tonight. I think she's a brand new channel, because she actually has less subs than I do. So when we come across it, I'll mention it. Just a very interesting sit down. Really calm, huh? Yeah, there's a lot of facts in it, SRB. This is a good show. Thank you, JSD. Appreciate it. So now, let me see. New documents. We pretty much already went over those. So, there is a Banfield teen unsolved death didn't make the headlines. Oh, wait, this is something. Oh, I thought it had to do with the Murdaugh murders. Maybe it doesn't. Didn't make the... Wait a minute. I could have swore. I don't know. I'll check it out. If it doesn't have to do with this case, then we won't watch it. But I could have swore it did. But we do have other stuff here. So we went through all those now. So we'll click on this one and see what it says. Is there anything you want to add, Kip Kitty, before I start this one? New look. Okay,
No.
It does talk about it. Okay. It does talk about it. I could have swore it did. Okay. So we'll go ahead and check this one out too. Banfield must be on the Stephen case too. Is there new videos that are coming out? I haven't checked anything on the Breaking tonight. I guess I could do
haven't
that real
seen
quick.
anything.
No? Let me see here. There's more information about the stalker stuff, but we'll go into that on the next open topic night. And let me see here. I'll just do a little quick check just to make sure, because you never do know. And so far I'm not seeing anything. All right. Ooh, some Joe Rogan stuff on the trial. We'll get to that another night, though. All right, here we go with this one. Banfield. I don't know. I love Banfield, regardless of what anybody says.
You know about the Murdaugh murders. A wealthy mother and son shot to death at their hunting cabin in South Carolina. By now, the whole world knows about the Murdaugh murders and the Murdaughs as well. But there is another low country killing you may not know about. A young man not from a privileged and powerful family. And tonight, those two cases are converging. It is our story of the hour on Banfield.
What an intro.
Right.
Damn. Picture.
Hello and welcome to Banfield. Sandy Smith says she waited for 2,174 days for the news that she got last night from the South Carolina State Police. After all that time, almost 6 years, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, will investigate the death of the man in that picture, Sandy Smith's son, Stephen. Stephen was 19 years old. He was from the Low Country, the town of Hampton, when he was found dead on a country road in the early morning hours of July 8th, 2015. Stephen's injuries were nothing short of horrible. His case was handled mainly by the Highway Patrol and a state pathologist who called it a hit and run, even though there was little to no evidence to support that, and quite a bit of evidence to rebut it. And for 2,000 days, give or take, that officially was that. Unlike their Low Country neighbors, the Murdaughs, the Smith family does not dominate the 14th Circuit legal system, does not make headlines with their every move. They are not rich. But there are some connections between the cases, both real and rumored. I want to talk about the real. And for that, I welcome investigative reporter Andrew Davis from WSAV TV in Savannah. And with us as well, forensic scientist Larry Kublinski from the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Welcome to the both of you. Andrew, I want to begin with you with some of the more disturbing reporting that we are learning from Sandy Smith, who has spoken extensively with News Nation about what she knows regarding the death of her 19-year-old son 6 years ago. I want to start with what the FBI said to her regarding some of the evidence in the case. More specifically, Stephen's cell phone, because Stephen's cell phone could hold a lot of clues as to why he was found in the middle of the road. What do we know about Stephen's cell phone in the FBI?
Well, according to what Cindy has told News Nation out here, the FBI agent Tiffany Baker had information, and she said there was information in that cell phone that was important to be looked at. But then Baker went on to say that SLED would not let her get into that cell phone, would not let them find that cell phone and get into that information that was there. Also along those same lines, there was not a rape kit that was done that the FBI wanted to be done. There was also no gunshot residue test that was done as well. Tiffany Baker says in this case, the FBI was not allowed to do it by SLED, which would put a lot of interesting information out there that seems to have a lot of keys to this case that was left to the side on this one, Ashley.
So interesting to hear that the FBI made an offer to do a rape kit and a gunshot residue test on the body of Stephen Smith, but that overture was rebuked. It just defies logic. But what's more fascinating is that Sandy Smith, the mother of this dead teenager in the middle of the road, has been begging for justice for 6 years. She wanted someone to investigate. She wanted SLED to investigate. And they have not begun investigation. SLED has not begun an investigation.
I caught that too, SRB. Yeah, I caught that too. Now, I heard when I was doing my research, the first day I was doing my research, I heard that there was one done, but that they lost the results were missing or something to that effect. Now, was it even done? And Kib Kitty, I noticed that your picture that I made for you is kind of zoomed back a little bit. So as I'm sitting here listening to Banfield talk, as I'm sitting here listening to Banfield talk, I went ahead and made a zoomed in version for you. So if I'll send it to you here in a second. If you did want to hop back out and update your picture, if you feel like it, you're more than welcome to have the zoomed in picture. I apologize. So there you go. I just sent it to you if you want a zoomed in picture for your avatar there. Good night, Punksy. I appreciate you.
I'll probably do it tomorrow.
Okay. Sorry about that. It'll be totally zoomed in now, so you won't have that white circle around it. It'll have the full image of is what I was thinking it was going to do. I didn't realize it was going to have that big of a white circle around it for you. So I went ahead and fixed that for you. It'll be nothing, but that way it'll be zoomed in better for everybody to see it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, money talks. Punksy damn apps. Thanks for jumping. Yes, good night and sweet dreams. And I can't wait. I did some stuff for Punksy this morning too. I'm glad she likes it. I can't wait to hang out on her channel. And like Justice was saying earlier, I kind of just get to kick my feet up and enjoy it. It's gonna be fun. It is completely different because, like, when I hung out in her stream the other time, at the end of it or whatever, I literally was like, Kelt was like making fun of me because my bottle of water was moving and stuff, and it's just because whenever I'm sitting at this desk and I'm in front of this microphone and stuff, I'm so used to my hands being busy with so many different things. And when I was just hanging out at the end of her show, I was like, my hands weren't busy. So I was moving my water bottle, clicking my pen. I was doing all sorts of stuff. Oh,
shaking your leg.
What's up?
Shaking your leg.
Yeah, shaking my leg. Like I was clicking my pen, moving my water. Kelt was like, "Why? How is this bottle of water moving?" I was like, "Oh shoot, yeah, I'm just so busy. Like I'm telling, like doing the live stuff. You know, you're constantly like, you know, putting 5-10% here, 5% here, 70. You know, it's all split. None of it's ever 100% focused. So I'm just so used to being busy, and then when I was hanging out, I was just like, "Oh crap!" There was nothing. I just had to sit and talk. It was crazy. Good job again today, Mama Bear and the Justice Squad, and Coat, JSD, and Paige. I appreciate it. SRB next weekend. We need to pick the day and time. I'm so excited, Punksy. Some paranormal stuff too. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And speaking of, I need to throw Punksy's link up there real quick. 1 second. I gotta go to a different page here. All right, there we go. There's Punksy's link. If you're not sub to her, definitely sub to her. I'm going to put a community post whenever we decide what night and time. I'll put out a community post for everybody that's on the show, and come hang out with me while I hang out with her.
I got to tell you something that's really freaky.
What's that?
I don't dream very often.
Appreciate you.
But when I do, they're doozies. So I had a dream last night.
Uh-oh.
And you know what I dreamt? It was crazy. I dreamt Curtis Eddie Smith was in on the murders of Paul and Maggie. It's just a dream. But it freaked me out. I woke up right away.
I thought so too. I was like, they're dirty, he's the handyman, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see Alex doing all of the drug, speculated drug dealing, the speculated crime and all that. I see his ass like looking the other way and pretending to be busy doing something while somebody else does the grunt work.
Well, in my
I totally
dream,
feel you.
Alex did shoot them, but Curtis Eddie Smith finished them to make sure.
I don't know why, but every
It's in
time
my dream.
I don't know why, but every time I hear Curtis Eddie Smith, I just think of Eddie Money. I don't know why. Every time I hear it, I just think of Eddie Money. Tickets to paradise. I was just like, well, come on, get out of my head, CJ. Get out of my head. I don't know why. Am I Leo? Is Tiger King straight?
Yeah, it was just a crazy dream. I woke up right away. I'm like, Jesus, I'm into true crime, but it's bad when it gets in my dreams.
Yeah. You need a break. It's because I've been doing all these bonus shows and stuff. Yesterday I did 2 shows. Those were both bonus. But this case needs it, It really does.
Yes. Oh, for
really
sure.
does.
Absolutely.
And I totally want to learn it because we're not done. When we go through these voice recordings and stuff, we're going to be pausing, we're going to be taking notes. I really feel like we need to do more parts. Part 3 is going to be about these characters. Part 4 is going to be about these characters and this theory. I want to explore each one of these different theories and have different parts out of it. We're not going to do it every single night because we'll need some breaks, so I'm still going to have my open topic nights and things like that. But it is going to be one of these things where the next couple weeks, we're going to be exploring all these different theories. So tonight's a very important night. And even last night's show is very important. We go over all of these different possibilities. We get these things down. We get written down. We get stuff established, connected, who's connected, how they're connected, things that they're saying, claiming, speculating. Let's try and see what we can, like I said last night, like we have that pegboard. we got Post-it notes, we got yarn, and we got thumbtacks.
You have all of it?
No, I don't have it in real life.
Oh. Oh.
But
I thought, wow, you're on it.
no, shit. No, I mean, I did save a Post-it note transparent GIF so I could make a picture of it, and I could definitely have the yarn and the thumbtacks and the Post-it notes and everything written down on it as a big picture. I'll definitely do that. I think that would be sweet, because I could just take that picture that I would make and just make it do something like this. And then when I'm talking about it, we have the picture up right there with all the Post-it notes, the yarn, the thumbtacks, and the connections.
Well, just do it on the wall behind you.
I'm not doing it on my real wall.
Why not? Thumbtacks don't make that much.
Nobody would be able to read it. At least if I do something, where we're putting up something like this, you can actually see what we're talking about, right up on the screen, So
yeah.
I think that would work. If we can get the notes, you can send me your notes. I'll add them to my notes. Then I'll make a picture where it'll cover the whole screen and we can see everything when we're talking about it because everybody could still hear us. So I think that'd be a cool feature for this, especially with all these different connections.
Right.
We'll have all these separate pictures when we go through it. So yeah, it'll be like a CJ show whiteboard. And bloop. And we'll have all the Post-it notes posted on this screen right here with the red yarn or yellow, whatever color yarn. All right, so we're gonna go into this Banfield episode, and I'm just gonna rewind it just a little bit. And I'm not sure if they talk about this the whole one. I think it splits up, but it might. No, it still does, I think. So, all right, we'll go into this, and then here, probably in about a half hour, we'll be getting into these phone calls. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Yeah, I want to make a picture for it now that we can put over the screen, and we can put it up when we're talking about it every time. That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Help me out with these notes if you got a notebook and a pen, anybody.
Left to the side on this one, Ashley.
So interesting to hear that the FBI made an offer to do a rape kit and a gunshot residue test on the body of Stephen Smith, but that overture was rebuked.
Okay, so let me write this down. So the FBI made offer to do an R kit and gunshot residue testing. And she said, what's the word she said? Because she's looking at her piece of paper, so it must be word for word.
Left to the side on this one, Ashley.
So interesting to hear that the FBI made an offer to do a rape kit and a gunshot residue test on the body of Stephen Smith, but that overture was rebuked.
Overture?
Yeah.
Was rebuked. All right, that's all we needed to know. Right on. Okay. I wish I could have paused or muted it during a couple of those spots. That sucks. Because that's a word you can't use on YouTube. So I apologize, YouTube.
It just defies logic. But what's more fascinating is that Sandy Smith, the mother of this dead teenager in the middle of the road, has been begging for justice for 6 years. She wanted someone to investigate. She wanted SLED to investigate. And they have not begun an investigation. SLED has not begun an investigation until yesterday. They showed up at her house. They now are looking into the mysterious death of her son. And they are making connections because SLED, as I understand it, Andrew, has said that they are opening an investigation into Stephen's death because of the work they've done on the Murdaugh murders. That is very curious.
There's a very specific statement they made to me directly saying, yes, it was connected to what they have found through these Murdaugh murders. Now, once again, Sandy Smith's son, Stephen, has never been connected back to the Murdaughs, at least when it comes to this crime. We're also understanding, though, now through what Sandy Smith is telling News Nation, that actually Buster Murdaugh and Stephen were friends at one point in time. They played sports together, and then also that Alec, the older brother in this case, was the one to go ahead and coach them. So there is...
All right, it says it right there. I'm going to take a picture of this real quick. SLED statement, because I got me a little slideshow thing I got going here. SLED statement. Right there.
Is a connection between these two, even if they weren't in the same area. His twin sister also, Stevens at that time, talks about how his car battery wasn't working. He was very nervous, though, that same day that he ended up dead. There's a real question also with how much connection there is to the Murdaugh family. Stephen's father, who has passed away since then, he was actually had a case that was a case that was involving a lawyer, and that lawyer was Randy Murdaugh, who was, of course, Alec Murdaugh's brother and son of Randolph Murdaugh here. So he was there also the day that Stephen dies at the scene, according to Sandy Smith. Randy Murdaugh was there too, which has to make you wonder, why was Randy Murdaugh at that scene? What is Sandy trying to tell us with that, and why didn't people look into that a little deeper?
It's really unbelievable the cross connections that there are between these two families. One very rich, one very poor. Sandy lives in a trailer. She raised 6 children. One of them died at 2 months. The other one, obviously, Stephen, dying at 19 years. Just a tragedy upon tragedy. Her ex-husband died 3 months after the death of Stephen in the road that mysterious night.
Whoa, hold on. He died. So I heard he had a heart attack. What? So is this somebody else? Probably soon here, right, Mama Bear? So we're okay, so I need to find out if Steven's dad was still his mom's husband, because she said her husband died in the road, but I heard that Steven's dad passed of a heart attack. So I'm not sure. Maybe they're two different people, right? Ex-husband, maybe. So if anybody, yeah. And they said of a, basically a broken heart. That's what I'm thinking. But I'd like to find out for sure, if you guys can let me know, or if maybe we'll find it out in this video. But that is another question now. So we're finding out some more information. We've already found out more information already. I don't know, SRB. You guys let me know. And I just want to share this real quick. This is the picture I made for Kid Kitty earlier. Just wanted to share that real quick.
It does look better without the white around it.
Yeah, I did send it to you. So if you wanted to, you're more than welcome to hop out if you wanted. And all you have to do
I'll
is
just do it tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll just do it tomorrow.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this some more. And then we'll see. We'll see what she says again here. I don't know if she said X.
6 children. One of them died at 2 months. The other one, obviously, Stephen dying. Tragedy upon tragedy. Her ex-husband died 3 months after the death of Stephen in the road that mysterious night. Let me pivot a little bit here, because actually, before I pivot, let's just put the connections to what you just said. Alec Murdaugh, who's lost his son and wife in this horrible double homicide. Turns out he's the coach of his son Buster and Stephen Smith, the kid who died in the road 6 years ago. So there's that connection between the families. Apparently, Buster and Stephen, not only coached by Buster's dad, Alec, but also they have the same friends. They have many of the same friends. They are classmates, Buster and the now deceased young Stephen. Sandy Smith does not suggest for a minute she suspects Buster in this at all. She said he was a sweet kid. She did not have as many nice things to say about Paul Murdaugh, the murder victim here. She said he was mean, that he was, she said, spoiled, and she said he was difficult, but she said Buster, her son's friend, was not. Okay, so I want to read something specific. Go ahead, Andrew.
Just to understand, yeah, Buster is the older brother in this case. Paul is the younger brother. No one has ever said anything bad about Buster other than the fact that it was his ID that Paul used that night to go ahead and get the alcohol there. Buster has been, everything that I've been told, actually a very good person. He's trying to keep his life together at any point in time. Paul's the only one that has been ever mentioned, even in a rumor fashion, to any of these things that have gone on and some of the issues within right there. And that's a question actually that we all have, which is, if Buster was the good one, where did Paul come in this play? And also, how much did Alec have to do with it?
There's so many twists and turns. You're even referring to another crime and another death that is not necessarily resolved litigant-wise, and that is the death of Mallory Beach from the drunk boating incident 2 years ago. And there is also a connection there, Andrew. Amazingly, Sandy Smith told us that her son, Stephen Smith, was friendly with Mallory, and that they shared a lot of friends together. So there is the now deceased young 19-year-old.
Whoa. Stephen was friends with Mallory.
They had a lot of the same friends.
Well, okay. Well, I do want to mention there was some things about Banfield and the sources and stuff like that. So I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of it. That is something that is bold. So I think that's something that would be a good question to find out as well. And let me get my other piece of paper with my questions that are like big time questions here. Were Stephen and Mallory friends? And how much is a question. And another question. Sandy's husband, Stephen's dad, different or same? All right. Taking notes. Yes, news to me too.
Wow, that's big if he was good friends with Mallory.
Right, and had a lot of the same friends. Thank you everybody so much for your links and your help with these episodes last night and tonight with all this information. This is nothing but jam-packed stuff. And I'm sorry they're a little lengthy, but man, they are filled with so much awesome knowledge and understanding of this case and questions that we have. And man, and we're not even into these phone calls yet. So this is, I appreciate you guys. I really do. Thank you for what you do to help make these episodes what they are, because for anybody to come across these, if they do, these episodes are going to be just nothing but information, and I appreciate it.
So many twists and turns. You're even referring to another crime and another death that is not necessarily resolved litigant-wise, and that is the death of Mallory Beach from the drunk boating incident 2 years ago. And there is also a connection there, Andrew. Amazingly, Sandy Smith told us that her son, Stephen Smith, was friendly with Mallory, and that they shared a lot of friends together. So there is the now deceased young 19-year-old who was killed when she was thrown from that boat, her body not found for a week. They searched that river. Paul was established to have been the driver in allegations and in a civil suit. He was charged with 3 felonies, including drunk boating and the death of Mallory. And he and his family, or he wasn't sued, but his family was sued in a wrongful death suit. So there is so much connection between Stephen Smith, who we're talking about now. That's Sandy Smith's now deceased young son, and Mallory, now deceased young Mallory, the connections to the Murdochs. Okay, Andrew, work with me here. I'm just getting these documents and reading through them, so I'm going to do some live reporting with you on this. You're going to have to follow the bouncing ball, folks. This is tricky. So the South Carolina Highway Patrol has a division called MATE. It's an acronym that stands for Multidisciplinary Accident Investigation Team. Andrew, I know that you're from there, so you know that. So for our viewers, there'll be some acronyms.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What?
So much info lately.
Yeah, holy crap. Hold on.
Andrew, work with me here. I'm just getting these documents and reading through them, so I'm going to do some live reporting with you on this. You're going to have to follow the bouncing ball, folks. This is tricky. So the South Carolina Highway Patrol has a division called MATE. It's an acronym that stands for Multidisciplinary Accident Investigation Team. Andrew?
Multidisciplinary... What?
Accident.
Disciplinary. I didn't know that was one word. Multidisciplinary
accident. You're gonna have to listen to it again.
Accident.
You talk way too fast.
Yeah, mate. But yeah. Oh, let me slow it down too. That'll help, right? Duh, CJ.
Has a division called MATE. It's an acronym that stands for Multidisciplinary Accident Investigation Team. Andrew, I know that you're from there, so you know that. So for our viewers, there'll be some acronyms that are confusing.
Oh, MATE. M-A-I-T.
Yeah, that I thought it was the other way.
Me too. I'm like, how does that fucking line up?
Right.
So MAIT, Multidisciplinary Accident Investigation Team. Wow.
Yes.
Say that 5 times real fast. I bet you can't. So let me rewind this.
Mate.
No, the other one.
So I'm going to do some live reporting with you on this. You're going to have to follow the bouncing ball, folks. This is tricky. So the South Carolina Highway Patrol has a division called MATE. It's an acronym that stands for Multidisciplinary Accident Investigation Team. Andrew, I know that you're from there, so you know that. So for our viewers, there'll be some acronyms that are confusing. But there was an incident report. I'm just going to show it on camera. I've got it all marked up. It's one from one month and one from another month. So in July, 6 years ago when Andrew died, the detective from the Highway Patrol, his name is Todd Proctor. He did the investigation on the ground, right? And he made some notes that show there's something fishy going on. He was not happy with the pathologist who looked at the body of Stephen Smith, not in the least. He was so confused by what the pathologist had determined to be a hit and run, because he said there was no evidence of that he had determined, other than the young man was found actually in the road. So here's one thing I just want to say. This is what Todd said. I asked the pathologist why she stated that, and that's hit and run, in the report. And her answer was, because he was found in the road. She had no evidence other than that.
Right there. I'll let that sink in, everybody.
Yeah.
That's the reason. No evidence other than that. And you say it was a hit and run?
Pathologist.
That needs a screenshot too. Because that's a big statement right there. Wow.
So that's very uncomfortable. I'm going to read a little prose here. Detective Proctor says, I went down to the Medical University of South Carolina, that's where the pathologist worked, to meet with Dr. Erin Presnell. She is the pathologist that performed the autopsy on the victim in this case, and that's the reason why I went. It was due to a preliminary report where she'd stated that this was a hit and run. Sergeant Moore had already, from my understanding, had a heated conversation with Dr. Presnell about this issue. She went on to say how they normally have a very good working relationship. Mate, the accident patrol and the South Carolina, medical division. But she said things got very uncomfortable. Andrew, she said the tone and demeanor of Dr. Presnell was, you shouldn't be here. You don't have an appointment. I don't have the authority to even speak with you. To which he replied, yes, I actually spoke with the coroner about this. And you have the authority. And I'm uncomfortable about you saying this was a hit and run. I investigated it and I didn't see any evidence of that. He went on to say this, I'm going to read exactly. I explained to her that we had no evidence of this individual being struck by a vehicle. I asked her if someone with a baseball bat could have done that, and she stated no. When I probed further, saying, what about someone in a moving car with a bat? She stated, well, I guess it's possible. She then asked if we found a bat as evidence. I could see that this conversation was not going to yield any positive results. And as I was leaving, she stated that the report was preliminary and it's my job to figure out what it was that struck him and not hers. There's something else that's curious, Andrew. There was a deputy coroner. Again, the coroner did not agree with this pathologist.
Hold on, I wanted to read that real quick. I was getting some other links here real quick. I explained to her that we had, take a screenshot of that too.
And it's my job to figure out what it was that struck him and not hers. There's something else that's curious, Andrew. There was a deputy coroner. Again, the coroner did not agree with this pathologist. The highway patrol did not agree with this pathologist. The deputy coroner who was present at the autopsy went down to confront this pathologist about it, and then what do you know? She got fired. The deputy coroner, Deputy Coroner Kelly Green, was fired from the coroner's office because she also disagreed. Listen, I get it. Sometimes locals and state officials don't get along, but this sounds really out of the ordinary, is it?
Well, I think you're looking at a state versus local idea to it and how much play the locals had into that. But to hear that MUSC really had questions there, or the pathologists there were the ones that maybe had some of the issues, or had issues with the fact of they didn't seem to agree with what Mate was saying, because Mate investigates these things very deeply. They're all, they recreate to make sure everything's done. The other thing, when you look at the reports out here, you were looking at Stephen's body, and according to the reports, according to the report News Nation's doing, is that his head was in the middle lane and his knees were pushed. He had defensive wounds to his knuckles. Now, that wouldn't make any sense if you were hit by a car, because you wouldn't get those defensive wounds necessarily. There were no direct injuries to his body, but he had a dislocated shoulder and a hole behind his right eye, which I think brought a lot of questions to Mate, to SCHP, the Highway Patrol of South Carolina, versus some sort of beating that was going on out there. Also, according to the pathology report from the reporting that News Nation has done, that the body was left in the road at 9:30 a.m. 1:30. Pathologists started their work, and the body was still warm at that point. That'd be 4 hours afterwards. The body wouldn't be, it would have gone into some form of, or at least cold by then, which brings up even more questions there too. Along those same lines, we were talking about that. The black Nike shirt that Stephen was wearing at the time was also tested in this case, and they found blue chips of paint on that. According to the reporting we're getting, the blue paint chips would match a dune buggy that was used by the Murdaws. So there's a lot of questions that come in there when you just hear about where the body.
He said which? Okay, I don't understand that statement right there. The paint chips would match. Why? I don't understand the word would. I don't understand that. That's an odd statement to me. The blue paint chips found on his shirt would match a dune buggy. I don't
How would he
understand
know that?
I just don't understand why he's using the word would. Would.
Has he seen them? I mean,
Yeah,
has he seen the
it's
dune buggy?
I don't know. It's just it's the way it's worded, it could be like I don't
That's
it's a very
confusing.
odd way to word it. I could see somebody saying could, but then even if you said could, how do you know from the blue paint chips what kind of vehicle it comes off of? That's because that's basically what he's saying. Because the blue paint chips could match. So what? Dune buggies are painted with a certain blue that's dune buggy approved. I don't understand how a blue paint chip could or would match a freaking Dodge Daytona. Like, I mean, I don't understand that statement. It does not make sense to me.
I don't know.
I
Maybe he's
don't.
seen
It
the
doesn't
dune
make any
buggy.
sense.
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense. I don't see doom buggies having a certain kind of paint. I just
Right.
don't. I don't understand that statement.
Was how that worked, and then exactly what may have been connected in some form to that. Actually, according to the reporting that we're seeing right now.
I'll
Andrew,
rewind that.
it's all really astounding information. This all coming to News Nation.
4 hours afterwards, the body wouldn't be, it would have gone into some form of rigor mortis or at least cold by then, which brings up even more questions there too. Along those same lines, we were talking about that. The black Nike shirt that Stephen was wearing at the time was also, and they found a paint on that, according to the reporting we're getting. The blue paint chips would match a dune bug by the Murdaugh. So there's a lot of questions that come when you just hear about where the bug was, how that worked, and then exactly what in some form to that, actually, according to the reporting that we're seeing right now.
Andrew, it's all really astounding information. This all coming to News Nation from Sandy Smith and Larry Kablinski. This is right up your alley. When we come back after the break, I need you to go through what Andrew just told us about the condition of the body, specifically the fact that his knees were bent in what looked like a push-up, the fact that his head was crushed, but the rest of his body was fine, except for the dislocated shoulder and defensive wounds on both of his knuckles. And then that hole behind his right eye. And no GSR test done and kit done. Larry
Dang.
Kablinski.
You gotta warn me, Banfield. Shoot. Dang it. I don't know how I'm supposed to prepare for that, you know? Dang.
Right.
I guess if if they're cool with News Nation doing it, dang. I don't like using that word anyway. The asphalt could have kept the body warm. I don't know. If you're on your knees, we keep seeing these pictures of the body, how it was laying from a bird's eye view. I'd like to see a rendition of how it was from a sideways view or an angled view if he was truly found on his knees. That's another good question. Found on knees?
Maybe he tried getting up.
I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know if the asphalt could keep you warm. It was July, so it was probably hot asphalt, late at night even, I'd imagine. But if you're on your knees, it's like a bridge. It freezes first in winter weather, you know? What's up, Kip Kitty?
Oh, nothing. In July,
I would
though,
like
it's in the 90s. maybe
Yeah,
hundreds.
that's what I'm saying. The asphalt would still be warm, I would imagine, being in July.
Yeah.
But when you're on your knees, it's like a bridge in the winter. It's got the breeze that'll come underneath. So the breeze would have came underneath of his stomach, and it would have cooled his body off. Is what I'm trying to say. Even with hot asphalt, I would assume. I would like to get the incident report and the autopsy report. SRB, I think she said she sent the incident report. It's very warm in July. Right, as I type it. If not, you should request it via freedom of info. I don't even know how to do that, honestly. That would be something to cool to learn how to do. Or maybe there's somebody out there that would like to be the Freedom of Information Act source for the Evil CJ show, and we can highlight you. All right, we'll get back to this video. I'm going to try and get through this video, and then we're going to go into these phone calls tonight.
I'm going to get you to break it down for us. Don't go anywhere. Andrew, I'm going to ask you a few more questions when we come back.
And I'll throw out the link to the panel. If you'd like to hop up, you're more than welcome.
Welcome back. I am still talking to Andrew Davis, who's an investigative reporter at WSAV TV in Savannah, and also forensic scientist Larry Koblinski, who's professor emeritus of forensic science at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Okay, Dr. Koblinski, you just heard a lot of information from Andrew regarding the condition of there was a lot that didn't sound right to me about the pathologist saying that this is a hit and run, even though the only thing the pathologist knew was that the body was in the road. The highway patrolman said he was uncomfortable with that. And you heard about the condition of his body, defensive wounds on his knuckle, a hole behind his right eye, a crushed skull, a dislocated shoulder, but no other injuries to the body. What does that tell you from your professional perspective?
Well, the cause of death seems to be blunt trauma to the head. Could this have been a gunshot? Could this have been a hit and run? I think that's what the controversy was from the outset. And different pathologists and medical examiners can disagree. You know, two people can look at the same thing and have a disagreement. But let me address a couple of things one at a time. The gunshot residue. You're not going to find gunshot residue if the muzzle of a gun was further than 4, 5, or 6 feet away. So gunshot residue, almost a red herring to talk about. It's not clear. Secondly, you know, you can have a hit and run or a body severely all throughout the body, and not just the head. It's a devastating thing because you've got tremendous kinetic energy in a rapidly moving vehicle, which is huge.
All right, and I'm going to take a screenshot of this because it's the first one I've actually seen up and down instead of side to side. So we will get that. Thank you for allowing me to pause it. Plus, it helps me respect the creator.
Huge compared to a human being. So, you know, could it have been a hit and run? I suppose it could have been. Could it have been a gunshot? Well, possibly, but unlikely. So it's hard. Now, medical examiners, of course, do the autopsy, and they have all this information about the body. But what they don't have is external information. Now, this particular medical examiner, you've got all this, the head must have been a hit and run, must have been a vehicle moving very rapidly. Maybe it was the window, the mirror, side view mirror, that struck him in the head. Is that a possibility? It's a possibility, but we really don't know. There are more questions here than answers. You know, so there's a lot of information here, but yet, you know, we can't be sure about what happened to her.
Can I just interrupt you for 1 minute? Sure. Because you just mentioned something, and you and I have had a lot of conversations about how surrounding environment contributes to a medical examiner or a coroner or a pathologist and how they determine what happened to a dead person when there's a mystery. But I want to read you something from, again, Detective Todd Proctor. A month after he wrote those original notes I just read. He wrote this. The pathologist also states in the report that in light of historical information along with the autopsy, these conclusions were made. To what historical information she possessed, I am unaware. I attempted to speak with Dr. Presnell at an earlier date to go over information that had been discovered throughout the investigation, and that was ill received. Doesn't it make no sense? If you are the pathologist and you've got some historical information, you are not sharing it with the investigator. You are not saying what that is as to why you come up with it's just a hit and run. I have nothing else other than a body in the road.
Fishy.
You're in this business. There should be a lot of sharing of information when there's a mystery. Does that sound at all? Does it reach the sniff test?
It doesn't sound right to me. I mean, normally medical examiners and law enforcement get together and they come up with kinds of information, and the medical examiner is supposed to put it together and come up with something that makes sense. But nothing makes sense here at all. The fact that there's a paint chip that they found on this blue Nike t-shirt that Stephen was wearing, that's a piece of valuable information, because law enforcement maintains a database or a collection of reference paints on all motor vehicles, the make, the model, the year. And so if they look at this paint chip, they could actually tell what sort of vehicle that paint chip came from.
Okay.
So Dr. Kablinski, let me give you a little more there. I can't tell you from the autopsy report about that paint chip. I can only tell you what Sandy Smith, the mother of this young dead teenager, was said to her. She reported to News Nation that she was told the black Nike t-shirt was tested. She also told us that blue paint chips were found from either an industrial tool or a Toyota. Sandy Smith told us that she was told by investigators that the only people who would have...
Industrial tool or Toyota. Okay, so Sandy was told industrial tool or Toyota. Okay.
Made that color of paint and that type of paint was Toyota or an industrial tool.
Color type.
And then she told us that the Murdaughs had a dune buggy or something called a mule that was the same color. Whether that's her own observation or whether that's something investigators told her, I cannot tell you for sure, but Sandy Smith told us, and clearly she is on top of this. This is her son. She is desperate for an investigator to take this case, and now they are taking the case. Larry, can I ask you,
Sure.
The fact that the SLED division that's actually taking the case is not from the Low Country, it's from the Highlands, different division. That should speak volumes about what SLED wants to do. Excuse me, not the Highlands, it's from the Midlands. That should speak volumes about what SLED really wants to do, how they want to get to the bottom of this and not get mired in maybe local ugliness.
What an episode.
I think you're right. I think at this point, you need to look at motive in the Murdaugh cases. And motive seems to be linked to revenge. It brings up all the other terrible cases that we've been talking about, other murders or deaths. It could be that they're looking for, a suspect or suspects who may have been seeking revenge for the loss of a loved one. We don't know, but any way you look at it, you need evidence to link this all together. You need something to associate a suspect with the crime scene or a victim. And that seems to be lacking right now, except for some interesting information there appears to be a linkage between the young people involved in this case. And that's what they're going to pursue, obviously. But it comes down to evidence to prove the point. Cell phones are very important because there's all kinds of information. Who Stephen spoke to. Was there a computer that has information about connections of his? You never know where something that seems trivial turns out to be the connection that police are looking for.
Okay, so Dr. Kablinski, you're right. You're absolutely right. There is no detail too small And to that end, when we come back after the break, I'm going to be joined by a couple of other experts in the field. Andrew's not going anywhere. He has continued reporting for us, but we're going to be joined by a famed former FBI profiler and a legal expert on this. And just so you know, a cell phone has been discovered, according to local reporting, on the side of the road that belonged to Maggie Murdaugh, a cell phone that might yield clues. And Stephen Smith's mother, Sandy, says Stephen confided in her that he had a sexual relationship with someone from a prominent family. That's
Ooh. Wow, what an episode. I just want to remind everybody this is from a year ago. So some of these things that she's going to be saying are going to be like, wait a minute, it was already found out, or wait a minute, he's already guilty. Hey, wait a minute, they already found the phone. It is from a year ago or longer. I'm not sure the exact date. Let me look at it, see if I can find it. It just says a year ago. Here it is, June 23rd, 2021. So it's almost 2 years old. It's almost, a year and a half old. So just keep that in mind. What an episode of Banfield on here. I'm glad I ran into it today. Thank you, Mama Bear. I wouldn't even know how to contact police departments and things like that, or to find that information. So if anybody is familiar with how to do that, please let me know, and I can try and do that to get some of this information, especially with these cases that are important to us. If you have something you want to share, you can request an open panel invite. I'm just taking a little break because she did. Is there anything you want to say on what we just watched, Kib Kitty? What we found out? I'm taking a lot of notes here tonight. This is great.
It's just been overwhelming with information the last couple days.
I know, and I'm glad because we're getting it out there. We're talking about it. I really don't even see too many people talking about it, honestly.
Right.
They're talking more about Alex.
I never heard of Stephen Smith until the Murdaugh murders.
Yeah, and when we went through the Murdaugh murders in previous shows, this was the case that had the least that I even knew about, because it was just kind of quickly went over real quick, and then they moved to the bigger fish, which was Maggie and Paul and Gloria, which that'll be starting up soon. All these other cases involved all the money he stole. That's what you all heard about. Not very much about this. And I feel you with the information. I am learning so much about this. I'm becoming so knowledgeable. These notes mixed with everybody's knowledge and their notes, we're really going to be able to do something special, I feel. And so I appreciate you guys and all your help and everything that you're doing. All right, we'll get back to this episode of Banfield. We're running a little bit behind, but that's okay.
It's coming up next. Welcome back to Banfield. Tonight we are following an unexplained and unspeakable death from 2015 that is suddenly being talked about a lot. And it's all because of the Murdaugh mystery in South Carolina. Continuing with Professor Emeritus of Forensic Science at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and esteemed forensic scientist Larry Koblinski, as well as Andrew Davis, investigative reporter from WSAV TV in Savannah. We're also joined now by trial lawyer and civil rights attorney Mark O'Mara, who has represented George Zimmerman in the past, and Candace DeLong, a former FBI profiler and host of Deadly Women and The Deadly Type, both on Investigation Discovery and Discovery Plus. Welcome to all of you. So one bit of reporting I think is really critical, Andrew, is the fact that they have now discovered a cell phone, and it is Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone. The reporting has it that the cell phone of Paul Murdaugh was found at the scene of the murders, but Maggie's cell phone was not. It was found several miles away on the road. What else do we know about that?
That's what we know right now, is that the distance of that, and that they found it the day after as well. So they did do the searching out that far. By finding Paul's there, you begin to understand, was Maggie's cell phone part of what's going on here, or what would be? I spoke to some law enforcement people who are outside of this area just to understand the influence that this family has and also the difficulty of this case for a lot of them. He's a law enforcement person who does a lot of investigations just like this. I said, have you heard anything new? Have you been working on anything with this? And he said, no, I haven't heard anything. And I'm really happy I haven't, because I don't want to get involved. That's the influence that they had. So the fact that they're even saying right now that they found that someone's saying in the reporting from local Island Packet, I believe, that they found the cell phone is a big step forward to maybe understanding a little bit more. Now, there was rain outside. There were issues there. So there's no question whether they could get fingerprints or some sort of contact tracing. And that'll be another debate somewhere, because the weather may have really affected that little piece of evidence, which could be a huge, huge thing.
All right, I'm glad you mentioned that as well. There's a couple of other nuggets from the Island Packet, the local reporting agency down there that discovered the findings of the cell phone. Apparently from a source close to law enforcement, they said, told them that the cell phone was found. Also told them that they don't know whether SLED could find any DNA or fingerprints on that cell phone. You also hit the nail on the head with the rain. It rained that night, and that's not just from the source, that's also from the police report. They put up a tent that night to protect the bodies from the elements. By the way, they also mentioned something else I didn't know, Andrew, and that was that Paul's body was lying on the ground more than 100 yards from the main house. We had said earlier that reporting had put the dog kennels about, was it a quarter mile, I think, from the main house, and that they were found at the dog kennel at Wood Square. And also that some distance away from Paul was Maggie's body. So that's fascinating, just to know that he was found some distance away from his mother's body. Larry Kablinski, just quickly to the cell phone finding. The DNA or fingerprints, look, I know that DNA and rain are not good friends, but I also know that I know that they're not complete enemies. Is it possible, if there's touch DNA, if there are fingerprints on that phone, even if it was out of the elements overnight, because that's all it was, overnight in the rain, they still might be able to find something?
The simple answer is fingerprints, probably not. DNA, quite possible. We could done ourselves at John Jay on just that subject, whether you could retrieve DNA from a cell phone, and you can. It just depends on weathering and aging, things of that sort, but you should be able to get something off of that phone.
Okay, let me ask you, Mark O'Mara, if you can weigh in on this. I can't even follow the number of people, and I'm just going to ask if we can switch to Mark O'Mara for a moment. Mark, I don't even know if we can figure out the number of people that law enforcement are going to have to call and investigate and or get DNA samples and or find out what their whereabouts were, or their phone records, or their email or texting records. The number of people who may have had motive to do something to harm the Murdaughs. I haven't even told you that Sandy Smith also told us that there were connections between her family and the Murdaugh family through Randy Murdaugh, the uncle, because he represented her husband. And there's other reporting that says Randy was there at the scene of her son's death. And there's other reporting from the Island Packet that says that the members of had sued big corporations, especially railroads, winning tens of millions of dollars for plaintiffs in the past. There's just no shortage of people who not like them or who were afraid of them.
Yeah. So I feel like we're in chapter 3 of a 10 or 15 chapter book that's a sequel to, Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. We are just now setting out the characters, the people. We don't know if they're protagonists or antagonists. We're sort of getting some of the...
Okay, I think he's starting to get into... Nope, they're still talking about it. Okay, sorry about that.
But as Ashley, you know the case, so at the beginning stages of all of this, that we can come up with suggestions, ideas, speculation. But what we do know is SLED is now involved in the Smith death of several years ago. There's some connection there, because if SLED is talking about it and telling the mom that we're now going to be looking into it, there's a reason for that. Whatever they found at the Murdaugh double murder scene has somehow connected it. Whatever witness they talked about, probably more witnesses than forensic evidence, but you know, we know 10, 15% of what they know. It's just going to be extraordinarily interesting to see how this develops, because you're right. There's a cast of dozens and dozens and dozens, and there's going to be some seedy underbelly that's going to show itself before all of these related investigations are complete.
I just don't like hearing the very beginnings of Stephen's investigation, that the pathologist was at odds with the investigators and with the coroner, and they were physically having a difficult time with her as well as verbally, and then refuting what she had in her reports, and one suggesting that she'll just go ahead and change it to whatever you want if that's what you want. I mean, that is really uncomfortable stuff. But there's something else, and I want to bring in Candace DeLong on this if I can. Candace, as an FBI profiler, I think this is going to stand out to you. Sandy Smith told us something very interesting and disturbing about what her son had shared with her before he died. She said that Stephen confided in her that he'd had a sexual relationship with a member of a prominent family. He did not say who the member was. She has her suspicions, but she has also said she does not believe that it was Buster, who was Stephen's classmate and friend and served on the same sports teams and was coached by Buster's dad. She does not believe it's Buster. She says Buster was delightful to her son and friendly and kind, but she...
Hold on a minute. He was coached by Alex?
Yep.
In what sport? Do you know?
Baseball.
Was Buster on that team too? Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Huh. I did not know that. I must have missed that.
She did say that her son confided in her.
Hold on.
He'd had a
What's up?
She doesn't believe he had a intimate relationship with Buster. So
the mom doesn't, huh? The mom doesn't, but the dad does.
The dad did, but the mom doesn't.
Mom says no.
So, do you think it was with Paul?
Dad says with Paul.
I don't know. If it's not Buster, do you think it's with Paul?
That's a good question.
But both mom and dad think different, so.
Right, and when it comes to these voice recordings and stuff, I think the ones that do refer to him doing such is one, either the escort, or two, with Buster. So we'll get into those and we'll see what friends and people around there are speculating or hearing or all that. That's a good question though. Was he romantic with Paul instead? Oh, hold on one second.
SRB thinks maybe Alex or Paul. Alex was seeing escort himself.
Really?
Yeah, there was a documentary about it.
Really?
Fitz News did the documentary.
Who did? Fitz News?
News?
Yeah, if anybody has the link to that documentary, we'll go into that in another show, because, you know, this isn't going to be the last show. There's going to be plenty...
I sent it to SRB, so...
Okay. Yeah, there's going to be plenty parts to these episodes. It's not just going to be 2 parts. It's going to be plenty. We got a lot of different theories to go through and explore. We got a lot. Yeah, we got a lot. So.
She said she sent it to you last night, CJ.
Kevin says, why not Alec as well?
I never thought of that.
The escort service. Yeah, I have so many links. I get so many links. And they're spread out so in so many different spaces. I need to figure out how I can have them all in one, so then I can get them in their own folders or some way to organize them. If you still have the link as last night, do you know where you sent it to me? I might even have it up. I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different tabs of article links already up. So it might be in one of those. I don't even know if I'll get to those tonight, everybody. We're already running like 20 some minutes behind on where I thought we'd be. All right, let me hit play on this again real quick. We'll get this thing going.
Sexual relationship with a member of a prominent family. What do you do with that?
Well, I can understand. I mean, the plot just keeps getting thicker and thicker.
I don't use Snapchat.
The fact that what you're now telling me, what Sandy was told by her son, and then going back to the beginning of the show where you talked about the FBI initially was involved in what was being called a hit and run.
Oh yeah, I mean then
where someone died on a road, and offered to do a rape kit. What in the world was that all about? I would love to know more about that. But now we come around to this new information, and if I can't imagine how difficult it would be for a teenage boy to tell his mother he's maybe telling her for the first time he's gay. Maybe he knew.
No, that he's not. I will say this, Candace. Apparently, he was quite open about his sexuality from a very early age. It was a point of contention with his dad, but later in his life, apparently his dad was fine. They had a very close relationship. His dad actually ended up dying just 3 months after Stephen was found dead in the road. And Sandy says that her ex-husband Joel died of a broken heart because of what happened to her son, that they were very close and very loving. But I tell you, I mean, why you're not doing gunshot residue on a young victim in the middle of the road who's got a hole in his skull, a hole behind his right eye. According to Sandy, this was the medical examiner's findings that were shared with her. It's shocking. I'm going to go to break real quickly. When we come back, I got a couple more questions, and there is yet another suspicious death. I'm going to ask our panel what they make of this. Another so dead. And Sandy has her suspicions about that. That's coming up after the break. Welcome back. We have several guests on this disturbing story out of South Carolina that just keeps getting more strange. Andrew Davis is an investigative reporter at WSAV TV in Savannah. Forensic scientist Larry Koblinski and trial lawyer and civil rights attorney Mark O'Mara, who represented George Zimmerman, is with us, and Candace DeLong, former FBI profiler and host of Deadly Women and The Deadly Type, both on Investigation Discovery. So I've got the best minds to try to make hay of what on earth is happening in Low Country in South Carolina. But Andrew Davis, there is this additional reporting from Sandy Smith. She has told News Nation that there is something else that's curious about Paul Murdaugh. And she says there is another strange death that's being investigated where Paul Murdaugh went to school. Do you know anything about that? Is there any talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit. Sandy talked to News Nation about this, and what my understanding is Paul goes to USC, to the University of South Carolina. He was allowed to go back there after Mallory Beach's death and go ahead there. Now there's a 19-year-old student that was actually beaten to death over there on campus in that area. That was one of Paul's classmates. So there's a lot of suspicion now around that death as well, not connecting it necessarily back. No one's claiming that, but there is suspicion because there seems to be this cloud hanging over the family of everything that's gone on, whether it's Mallory Beach, whether it's now this double murder, Stephen Smith's death on top of it. Also, just coming in, another piece of information, the Island Packet just released it here locally, that the Murdaugh name was put in there 9 times in the South Carolina Highway Patrol notes during the investigation of Stephen Smith's death. So 9 times the Murdaugh name was mentioned, even though Paul or anyone else in the family was not at that point. Remember, these are counties that are very large in size, but they don't have that many people. So the fact that a lot of these people would know each other, you said Mallory Beach knew Stephen Smith, also knew all the Murdaughs in this case, would make a lot of sense because they really do know one another. And the fact that they were partying and the Murdaugh house was known as a party house, according to what Sandy was telling us earlier, that matches with what they were saying about the Murdaugh family when it came to Mallory Beach's death, that maybe the kids were out at the house partying coming on the boat and coming into downtown Beaufort. So it makes a lot of sense on some of the things that are matching in there. The question is now, with this other death going on, this 19-year-old USC, it puts that cloud right back on top of Paul and the entire family as something else hanging over their head.
So let me just repeat what you just told us about this reporting coming out of the Island Packet. 9 times the Murdaugh family name was mentioned in the investigation notes in the death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith. I have that right, Andrew?
Yes,
9 times.
9 times, according to what the Island Packet is saying right now, that it was mentioned 9 times in there, but then they were never connected back. And the Murdaughs, in fact, made a statement right after that death that basically denied any involvement in any form whatsoever and that they weren't connected. But clearly, South Carolina Highway Patrol had some connection to the Murdaughs, so they were mentioned 9 times in this report. I haven't got a chance to look at that report nor understand exactly what it means, but that's the headline of that, is that 9 times in one report is a lot when you're talking about someone who's not even a suspect.
We also know that Sandy Smith got a call from SLED saying, we need to call you and just, we're investigating the murder of 2 people. And we believe there's this old connection between the death of your son. And clearly SLED had this information. That's why they called Sandy, and Sandy called it a slap in the face. She confirmed that meeting and that conversation and that offense that she took to News Nation, that this was very upsetting to her to be considered, part of the investigation of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, given the fact that there was some.
Sorry, the last 5 minutes, my messages have been blowing up, and it's been hard for me to pay attention to what's been being said the last couple minutes. Is there anything crazy that's been being said that anybody can let me know about?
Yes.
Please
Paul
do.
went to USC, and a classmate of his was found beaten to death. And that's after the boat accident.
Found beaten.
A classmate of Paul's was found beaten to death at USC.
Huh.
So now they're wondering if Paul had something to do with that. But it's just, nothing's for sure, it's just speculation.
It's another theory, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Connection in the investigation of her son 6 years ago. So, I have to ask you, Mark O'Mara, about that connection and the fact that still no major homicide investigation opened into Stephen's death. You just heard Andrew report 9 times the Murdaugh name came up in the the preliminary.
No, I know it wasn't you.
Into Stephen's death. But for 6 years, Sandy has been alone in this story, begging for help, begging for SLED to open up an investigation, begging for someone to do something about the weirdness of her son's death, about the fact she can't even get his cell phone back, the fact that she says to us that evidence is missing and misplaced, and no one is confirming or denying that to her. And I should say as well, News Nation has reached out to all of these agencies, to the Murdaughs, to SLED, to the Highway Patrol, to the solicitor's office, and we're getting look, we're in a murder investigation. We can't talk. I understand that. But isn't this weird that nobody went on a deep dive into the death of Stephen Smith?
Everything is weird about the investigations or lack of investigations in all of these murders, from Stephen Smith, to the boating accidents, and now we finally seem to have some focus on the double murder of the Murdaughs. Yes, if I was representing Ms. Smith, this is outrageous that for 6 years she could do nothing getting back the phone. But I think they contacted her to say, look, we are now looking at it. SLED finally said, we're going to give you your day in court, right? We're going to look at this case and see what's going on. So I'm presuming Ms. Smith is quite glad that finally someone is going to do what should have been done 6 years ago. I'm just interested, how this case is sort of like, a spider web. They look and try almost like a fish net. They put these knots together. Those knots may be witnesses or pieces of evidence. In a case like this, because there are 3 separate investigations, it's more like a 3-dimensional spider web, if you will. We have to law enforcement is going to keep them separate until they're convinced that they connect. And when they do, we'll find out more about it.
I find it awful that the pathologist said that boy's body left the road at 9:30 in the morning. The autopsy's done at 1:30 in the afternoon, and Stephen is, quote, warm to the touch. That is what Sandy was told by the pathologist, and she said that made no sense to her. When we come back after the break, I want to talk a little bit about Sandy, because that woman is alone in her effort to find justice for her son. And now she is not. Now there are no shortage of agents sniffing around into all of it. That story when we're back. Back with my panel now. Candace DeLong is an FBI profiler. This is a simple question and not a simple answer. Who are they looking for?
Well, one of the things that jumped up and bit me in the nose about the initial reports about Maggie and Paul's murder, 2 vastly different weapons were used. Both shoulder weapons with high power, but one a shotgun and one a rifle. I believe it is one person brought 2 different guns. One put it down and used the other on the other victim. That makes no sense behaviorally at all. So I think there's probably more than one person involved. So to your point, looking for more than one. But let me say this about, you touched on it earlier. The possible suspect pool is huge. Not only do we have, and Mr. O'Meara touched on the fact of revenge being a possible motivator, the 3 top motivators of any murder.
I got to wrap it there. You know, Candace, I'm so sorry. I'm flat out of time, and I'm so sorry because there's so much more to discuss. I want to thank my panel. Andrew Jason, Larry Kablinski, thank you. Mark O'Meara, Candace DeLong, thank you as well. And then I just want to make this note to Sandy Smith, and I am sorry for everyone who ignored you. I am sorry the media ignored you. I am sorry that law enforcement ignored you. But hopefully you are going to get the justice you deserve after 6 years, and hopefully Maggie and Paul will get the justice they deserved as well. I'm Ashley Banfield. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Hopefully it'll let me pause it. Sweet, it did. That was a good episode. I didn't expect it to be that good. Oh, no.
Me neither. Because Stephen's cell phone could hold a lot of clues as to why he was found in the middle of the road.
Freaking YouTube, man. All right. Wow. See, I thought we were going to be able to... Man. Let me think here. So this would be another 2 hours. That would put me... I don't know if I could do 2 more hours. Not on a work night. Because I did want to check out this channel. I came across another horror channel about the connection as well. Maybe we'll save that. We'll go through these voice messages. Man, I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should go through this video and do some commentary, or save this one for another night and go through the voice messages? Maybe I should do the voice messages on its own night.
Yeah. Well, how long is each one?
Well, the voice messages is going to take about an hour and a half if we do the another. I haven't checked it out yet, so we could start it and it not end up being what I'm expecting. So it could be done right away, but it's a half-hour vid, so I'm anticipating 50 to an hour. So an hour for that. You know what? I think what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go ahead and save the voice messages for its own night. How about this? Maybe what we could do is how about we go how about this? How about we go through the voice messages, either go through them on your own time the next couple nights and take some notes on your own time. And then when we do the open panel thoughts and opinions night on Tuesday, where everybody comes up, we can go over these voice messages that night and we can all commentate on what we think about each person.
That sounds good.
So if you want to take some notes or if you're available to take some notes, go ahead. And also at the same time, because you all have real lives too, if you don't have time and you're still able to hop up on panel or hop in the show, we'll be going through them that night too. So you can either be prepared with the information on the connections and kind of help us figure it out as we're going through it, or you can help us figure it out as we're going through it. So yeah, we'll do that Tuesday night. I'll go ahead and we'll just do the voice messages on that night. That sounds like a plan. I think that'd be a great night to have everybody up on panel and have their thoughts and opinions, not just on the case, but on the actual voice messages, because there's so much information in them. There's so many different connections. And let's see. What's up, Silky? How you doing tonight? Voice messages? The panel night? I'm thinking that because we could only talk about this case so much, and really we'd be rehashing. Maybe we can get into the voice messages in the first part, and then we can get into the facts of the case afterwards, and then just kind of have a chill back talk about all the different facts that we found out. Because I got a lot of notes, so I don't even need to play videos. We could just go off of our notes and just have a discussion about what each person thinks, what theory makes sense after. Because after we go through those voice messages together, there's how many theories right there? 5 or 6 different theories, I think, maybe more.
Right.
So we could have each person, it would be almost like a jury, a small jury or something, where each person could think this speculation took place or whatever, and they could say why. I think that'd be really interesting. Yeah,
Tuesday sounds good.
And maybe when I do the open panel thoughts and opinions night, we'll always have a topic, no matter what. Yeah, I think that sounds like, because I do want to have one of those once a week where I let everybody else, where we can do it on one night a week where everybody else can just hop on, and we plan on, everybody can plan on hopping on, and we all talk about one topic or whatever it is. All right, so we'll go into this channel, another horror channel. I came across it today, so I haven't checked out the video, but I'm sure it looks pretty cool. It's got a little cool background and a nice icon there, and quite a bit of subs, so I'm sure 7.2 thousand views as well. The Stephen Smith story, hit and run or hate crime, which is what we've all been asking too. The murders in Low Country.
That passed after charges were filed.
Whoops. NyQuil is kicking in. Thank you for hanging out. I don't. Yeah, because these voice calls could actually go quite a bit because there's a lot of information in them, and really, Tuesday night we'll be doing 3.5 hours, so really we would have plenty more time to do that and talk about facts afterwards and what we think about what theory makes sense to us. I'll have the pictures available, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and have a slideshow available for Tuesday night, so when we are talking about it, I can have different pictures pulled up, so if somebody is talking about a certain topic, I can just go right to that picture and have it show in the background as that person's talking about that part of the case. So if you want to send me some pictures that you feel might pertain to what you're thinking or feeling about the case, go ahead and send them to me and I'll add them to the slideshow. And when we are talking about that specific item or topic, I'll go ahead and have it shown in the background. Slumberland soon. Same here. All right, we'll get into this. Another horror channel. Ooh.
I don't care what you call it. I'm his mother. I know he was murdered. He was murdered. He was not hit by a car. He was murdered. He was beaten to death. And I've seen his pictures. And why? Why? What gave you the right to take my son from me?
On the previous episode, we took a look at the Murdaugh family and the fatal shooting of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh that rocked the state's Low Country region, where the family had established its legal dynasty. At the time of his death, Paul Murdaugh, the son who was killed, had made plenty of enemies, and at the time was out on bail after being charged in 2019 with drunkenly crashing a boat in an accident that killed one of his passengers, 19-year-old Mallory Beach.
In the Low Country, searching the waters off of Beaufort County for a missing teenager say they aren't giving up hope and are still giving it 100%. 19-year-old Mallory Beach hasn't been seen since a boat she and 5 friends were riding in hit a piling in Archers Creek on Sunday morning. A helicopter...
Paul Murdaugh was indicted and charged with 3 felony counts of boating under the influence, including causing the death of Mallory Beach and seriously injuring 2 other passengers. At the time of his death, 2 years had passed after charges were filed, and there still had not been a trial date set. The Beach family had brought a wrongful death suit which is currently proceeding against the company who sold alcohol to Paul, his father Alec, and his older brother, Richard Alexander Jr., known as Buster, whose ID Paul allegedly used that day.
Civil conspiracy and outrage are the official claims by Mallory Beach's family. In all, 8 people and businesses are named in the complaint, which details an intent and ulterior motive to harm the family and affect the civil lawsuit the Beaches have filed against Parkers.
They have also filed a $50 million creditors claim in Colton County, South Carolina's probate court against the estates of Paul Murdaugh and his late mother Maggie. Boat crash survivors Morgan Dowdy and Molly Altman also have filed creditors' claims against the Murdaugh's estate for $10 million and $5 million respectively, online probate records show. Rumors began to circulate in the Low Country region that Paul was the main target in the double homicide, and Maggie had paid the ultimate price for her son. In a TV interview, Paul's uncle revealed that his nephew had received plenty of death threats.
I didn't think it was a credible threat. If it was, I would have tried to do something or notified someone. But I guess, maybe I made a mistake.
So was this a revenge?
Hold on, who is this guy?
Revenge for the death of Mallory
Who was
Beach?
this guy?
John Marvin.
I know
John Marvin.
John
Alec's
Marvin,
brother.
never heard of him. Oh, so
That's
he's
Alec's
another
brother.
brother.
Yes.
Is that when he was doing an interview with Randy?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe Randy's there with him.
Maybe I made a mistake.
So was this a revenge for the death of Mallory Beach? This answer would be no. Law enforcement and sources familiar with the murder inquiry had reported that the agency had worked hard to exclude multiple people from the case, including the 4 survivors of the 2019 boat crash, as well as Mallory Beach's family. According to sources, All of the boat crash survivors and beach family members voluntarily submitted to questioning and volunteered to provide their DNA as a part of the double homicide investigation. A source close to the family said the beaches have not been questioned again since providing their statements and DNA. So, if it wasn't the victims and families of the boat crash, who else would want the Murdaugh family dead? Well, a few weeks after the murders of Maggie and Paul, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division announced that newly uncovered information for the Murdaugh's investigation has led them to reopen, at the time, a 6-year-old cold case surrounding a 19-year-old named Stephen Smith.
52-year-old Maggie Murdaugh and her 22-year-old son Paul were found outside their home multiple times. They were discovered by husband and father Alec Murdaugh on their rural property 10 days ago. Alec called 911. According to police, the call has not been made public. The murder is sending shockwaves through the local community, where generations of the Murdaugh family have worked as well-known lawyers and prosecutors, tied to countless legal cases in the South Carolina Low Country.
A tragic situation. The Murdaugh family is well known.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I just going down the Hill Road. I see somebody laying out. Somebody going to hit him. It's dark. Somebody going to hit him.
All right, we'll get an officer headed out that way.
Okay.
All right, sir.
On July 8, 2015, Stephen Smith, a 19-year-old from Hampton, South Carolina, was found dead around 4 a.m. in the middle of Sandy Run Road. Stephen's entire face was covered in blood that came from a 7 1/4 gaping hole on the right side of his forehead. His head was deformed by
7 1/4 gaping hole on right side
That's
of
a
his
big
forehead.
That's a big
I know.
gaping hole.
Yeah, and I know somebody mentioned that in chat earlier too. Thank you for that. I don't remember who it was, but I do remember seeing something like that in chat earlier. 7 1/4 inch gap. Wow. Okay.
blunt force. His right shoulder was partially dislocated. Cuts and bruises scattered his right arm and hand.
Thank you, SRP.
His loosely tied shoes were still on, his clothes appeared untouched, and his phone and keys were still in his pocket. Stephen's massive head wound, along with lack of other significant injuries on his body, stumped investigators.
It is a 2-lane roadway, level. That's not an issue. However, this collision occurred approximately at night, approximately 1 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock. So visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area.
Investigators found Smith's car 3 miles away on the side of Bamberg Highway. His wallet was also inside his car. Law enforcement believes Smith ran out of
that's
gas
a good
and started
picture.
walking home before he was killed.
Hold on 1 second. That's a good picture there. Just gotta take a screenshot real quick. That is an interesting. Just look at that for a second. That's an interesting. I need to dig deeper into the specific location so we can do Google Guy. I need to do like I did with Idaho 4. I need to do Google Guy where we're actually looking at this, and that just looks odd. Maybe it's just me. I need to do some Google Guy tomorrow. So if anybody can help me find out these specific locations that I can find on Google, I still have the Google Maps up, so I can put the link in chat again when it comes to what the 3 locations in the Google Maps that I have up. And you can base it off of that if you'd like to help me try and figure out. I really need to Google guy these locations, not the mom's house, but where his body was located specifically. We have some pictures. There's like a red square painted on the middle of the road. In one of the pictures, we can look at the landscaping, and then this specific area too. We need to find a zoom back picture of this, and then that way we can do some Google guy. I need to do some Google guy tomorrow.
Was also inside his car. Law enforcement believes
I'm
Smith
sorry.
ran out of gas.
Was there something you wanted to say, Kib Kitty?
Oh, Kel was wondering who was up on panel.
Oh, it's Kib Kitty. Here, give me 1 second, Kel. This is that's the new icon. Just so you can see it real quick. It's something I made. I did a lot of stuff for a lot of people today, so I just wanted to help out in different ways. All right, here we go. Back to this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sound like you're gonna say something.
No, I was just telling Kelt that I was going to tell Kelt that you made that for me today.
Yep. Yeah, I did some stuff for Punksy, actually, and she added some extra stuff to this. I'll show you that too real quick since I'm showing you different things here. So here's this. I went ahead and helped her out with some different backgrounds and stuff. I made the banner for the thing up there. She added the deathbed confession with the blood splatter on there. That's one of the pictures that she took. So it's kind of some stuff that we did together. And so that's going to be her background right there. That's one of them. She's got plenty. I made one with her boots. I think it's probably my favorite one where it's got her boots as the background. Probably my favorite. That's just my favorite though. Let me see. Oh, here it is right here. This is the one that I first made. What's up, Punksy? Yeah, I'm showing off Kib Kitty little avatar thing. I think this one right here though. This shit with the blood splatter. Oh shit. I need some blood splatter. Pretty cool. I'm so excited. I can't wait for Punksy's stream. But yeah, if you guys couldn't see what Kib Kitty's avatar was, that's what it was. But I didn't realize how zoomed back it was, so I went ahead and updated it, and she'll have it up tomorrow.
Approximately at night, approximately 1 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock. So visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area.
Investigators found Smith's car 3 miles away on the side of Bamberg Highway. His wallet was also inside
there's
his
a
car.
different
Law
angle.
enforcement believes Smith ran out of gas.
Okay, there was a different angle there. 559. Do you guys see that?
So visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area.
Investigators found Smith's car 3 miles away.
Okay. So is that how it was sitting there? I mean, that's another interesting angle. I haven't seen that one. So I'm going to add that one too, and we'll see if that one makes sense. Very interesting. Look at that angle. That's a weird. If that's how the car was left, that's a weird way that it was left. That is a really odd way. And I don't know. If you guys want to take a screenshot too, you're more than welcome. I'm just saving this to the folder here. I plan on having a slideshow coming up soon with all these different photos, so then we can just switch back and forth to all this stuff too. All right.
The way on the side of Bamberg Highway.
Let me see. I need food. Yeah, I need food too. Maybe take a screenshot so you have a Oh yeah. Oh, I've been screenshotting like crazy, Coat. Probably because you haven't been in the show. I've been taking a lot of screenshots. They think it ran out of gas. Yeah, that's what they're saying. The model of a car. I wrote that down somewhere.
Avio.
Yeah, it was some weird name.
It's an
Chevy
Avio, I think.
Yeah, Chevy Avio. How do you spell that again? Because I guess I didn't write that down.
Aveo.
Aveo. Chevy Avio.
My old neighbor had one.
What is it? One of those cars that they mass produced in that very small car economical gas era?
Yeah,
Where
very
it was all
compact
about,
car.
yeah, very compact, 12-inch tires and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure what year. I don't know if it really pertains though. It's probably one of those shrinky cars.
It's not a smart car, but it's a small car.
Not a smart car, but a small car. Ooh, there we go. Wikipedia link.
His wallet was also inside
Thank you,
his
Co.
car. Law enforcement ran out of gas and started walking home before he was killed, due to Stephen's gas cap being unscrewed and hanging outside of the gas cap door. Officials at the time were unsure of the cause or manner of death. At first, they thought it was a potential hit and run. However, South Carolina Highway Patrol officer J.L. Booker, it appeared to be South Carolina, also called SLED, would be taking over.
There is no body trauma other than to the head area. There is some scrapes and scratches on his left and right arm.
Oh, that's a good picture too.
And the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also called SLED, would be taking over.
There is no body.
All right, right about there. If you can do me a favor, Coat, can you send that to me in email, please? All right, let me take this picture. That might help us out. So it's right by that mailbox over there. So that'll help us out.
Body trauma other than to the head area. There is some scrapes and scratches on his left and right arm, on his knuckles, some across his face. Does not appear to be, in my opinion, struck by a vehicle.
Booker would also say he was advised there was a possible gunshot wound to the victim's head. To corroborate the cause of death, the Hampton County Deputy Coroner ruled the death of a shooting homicide, noting a possible gunshot in his head and also a defensive wound on Smith's right arm. This new information would force investigators to search the rural San
Whoa, hold on a minute. Did he just say defensive wound on his right arm?
Can you play
Thank
that
you, Kel. I
again?
appreciate that. Yeah, I thought he just said defensive wound on his right arm.
Gunshot wound to the victim.
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
No, just if you could play that again. I didn't quite hear what they said.
Okay, I thought you were. All right.
Head. To corroborate the cause of death, the Hampton County Deputy Coroner ruled the death of a shooting homicide, noting a possible gunshot entry point on Smith's head and also a defensive wound on Smith's right arm.
A defensive wound. All right.
On his
my
right
wound
arm.
list here? Defensive wound on right arm. Wow. Jam-packed with information these nights.
This new information would force investigators to search the rural Sandy Run Road.
As far as evidence here, there's only evidence of where the body was found. There's no car parts, no any type of parts to a car or truck or any other vehicle.
In their search, investigators from the South Carolina Highway Patrol, the Hampton County Sheriff's Office, and no evidence, no bullets, no gunshot residue, no tire debris from a vehicle. It was as if he was killed prior at a different location and then placed in the middle of the road. Another interesting observation was that Stevens' loosely tied shoes were still on his feet, contradicting the hit and run theory, seeing that his shoes would have flown off.
Look at that picture.
Loosely tied shoes were still on his feet, contradicting.
Address 5874. See, I knew it. All right, there's one address. Now we need to find the address of the vehicle. 5874 Sand Run Road. That's where the body was found. We need to find the vehicle location now. And we'll be doing some Google guy. I'm going to take a screenshot of this too. Beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder now if he was killed and then pushed out of the vehicle.
That's what I thought the whole time. Or staged. You know, the reason I thought he was staged, not necessarily pushed out, but driven there, you know. I think he was beaten somewhere else. But I think he was driven there and staged there because they wanted to make sure it would look like a hit and run. So I feel that's why parts of his body were in different parts of the road. Because they figured somebody from one side.
Yeah. If he was pushed out, he wouldn't be perfectly in the center of the road.
Maybe not. Maybe, but maybe not. It's 100%, you know. And so if you're trying just to make it look like where both parts are on both sides, so that way if one side doesn't connect, the other side might kind of approach to it. But I can't buy the hit and run. No, I can't either. It's just, it never seemed like that to me in the beginning. It seemed like it was a cover up from the get-go. They're connected with people in these positions because, let's be honest, most of them, if not all of them, are elected, right?
Yeah.
And it can be a bunch of favor, buddy. Hey, there's no money being exchanged per se, but there's favors being exchanged.
Well, they did say there's a lot of crooked sled enforcement.
They're connected. They're connected to high people. The Murdaughs are, and it could be like, hey, if you do me a favor here, I can get you more money. I can get you a better position. I can get you elected to do this.
Right.
The hit and run theory, thinking that his shoes would have flown off his feet from car impact. Even though the coroner at the scene ruled the death to be a homicide shooting, in the state of South Carolina, a pathologist has to perform an autopsy to determine the official cause and manner of death. So, when the autopsy was conducted at the Medical University of South Carolina by Dr. Aaron Presnell, without offering any evidence whatsoever to support her contention, concluded that the manner of death was listed not as a homicide, but undetermined, and the cause was ruled a hit and run. Her autopsy report concluded by saying, in light of historical information and the autopsy findings, it is the opinion of the pathologist that the descendant died as the result of blunt head trauma sustained in a motor vehicle crash, in which the descendant was a pedestrian struck by a vehicle.
Oh, please
This
finish.
decision will be met with...
Okay. And they also said that they based the decision solely on the body being found on the road, not that there was any other supporting evidence to show that it was a hit and run. So I wanted to finish that statement with that. What's that?
I have a question. What was the name of the pathologist that testified at the trial? That lady.
Let me see if I have it in my notes here. I have so many notes.
I can look it up tomorrow.
If anybody can put it in chat, what the names of the pathologist and the coroner, and also just to make sure if anybody does have it as well, the officer that is being quoted that had interactions with, I know we've gone over it tonight. I don't see it in my notes, and I'm surprised I don't. But I have a hard time reading my own handwriting too when I'm in a rush.
I have the same problem.
It gets a little sloppy. I don't think it's necessarily lazy. I think it's police work that's kind of suggested to go in a certain direction. I think is more like it. I don't think it's lazy. I think it's puppet strings.
Right.
Connections.
Confusion and skepticism by investigators and those who knew Stephen. Todd Proctor, a multidisciplinary accident investigation team member, also known as MATE, visited Presnell at MUSC to get some sort of clarification on the Smith case. Proctor wrote that Presnell spoke in a negative tone and basically called him a liar when he said he had already spoken to Hampton County Coroner Ernie Washington. Proctor would write that he asked her why she stated his cause of death was a hit and run in her report, and her answer was because he was found in the road. She had no evidence other than that for the statement being put in the report. Proctor then explained to her that the law enforcement officers had no evidence of this individual being struck by a vehicle. To that, Presnell responded with that the report was preliminary and it was Proctor's job to figure out what was struck with him, not hers. Proctor then spoke with Kelly Green, a Hampton County deputy coroner, and a SLED agent who both attended the autopsy. According to reports, Green was also responsible for the transfer of evidence in the case, which included Stephen's clothes, hair and fingernail clippings, and a rape kit. What's interesting is, if the pathologist deemed Stephen's death to be a hit and run, why would a rape kit and fingernail clippings be needed? Stephen's friends and family also disputed the autopsy report. They knew Stephen to be sharp and hyper-aware of his surroundings. However, if we are to consider this a possibility, Stephen would have had to be walking in the middle of a rural pitch-black road, not hear a truck and or not see any headlights approaching for him to be struck. Also, according to the toxicology reports, Stephen was ruled to be sober that evening. So, the story of a hit and run is not impossible, but highly improbable. In his hometown of Hampton, Stephen was beloved. Stephen Nicholas Smith was born 2 pounds, 12 ounces at 7:05 a.m. on January 29, 1996. Born a twin, his mother Sandy Smith said her son was always a bright kid.
And he loved books. His room was a library. We had to put shelves on all 4 walls to hold all his books. And he would not put that book down until he was finished. He wanted to be a doctor, but he said that he didn't, because it cost so much money to be a doctor, that he would start out in nursing. After he finished the nursing, he could get a job and then put himself through medical college and become a physician for needy children that doesn't have insurance.
It just so happened Stephen was going to classes at Orangeburg Technical College on the night he died. Stephen was an openly gay young man in a small town, which wasn't easy, but he made the best of it. He was bright and determined to make a better life for himself. Growing up being openly gay in a small southern community would seem hard enough, but would that be motive for someone to kill him? South Carolina Highway Patrol detectives, who specialize in vehicular accident investigations, not murders, were assigned to lead the case in the interviews. Even though they rejected the claim that Stephen was killed in a hit-and-run accident and SLED usually handles homicides, they proceeded with the case. The detectives would start the interview process by speaking with Stephen's family and close
A bunch
friends.
of people, like, I just left the house the first official time yesterday, and I went into the store, and a bunch of people kept coming up to me, and they're like, did you know the Murdoch boy behind it? You know, saying Buster Murdoch, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends, and I'm just sitting here like, why? You know, it makes no sense. He's never said anything bad about Stephen. He's never been around Stephen.
These interviews will begin to uncover names and details of who were rumored to be involved in Stephen's death.
No lawyers have contacted you about anything happening?
The day that Stephen passed away, Randy Murdoch was the second person to call my dad after the coroner.
Randy Murdoch is the uncle of Buster and the brother of Alec Murdoch.
And he said he wanted to take the case and it would be free of charge and everything. And my dad's a little iffy on that. So, because it's kind of weird. No lawyer sits here and says it'll be free and you can have whatever money you want.
It's interesting that he would be the second person to call the family and want to represent them pro bono, especially after discovering that Buster may be involved in some way. Corporal Duncan failed to make this connection at the time, since in his post-interview notes, there is no mention of a Murdoch. Corporal Duncan will move on to interview Stephen's mother, Sandy Smith.
The rumors that's going around Hampton that everybody keeps coming up to me and saying it was Murdoch boys.
The Murdoch boys?
Yes, whoever they are.
Okay.
When he would stay at my house, he was a study person. He studied. But he would come to my house and stay there until about 1 o'clock in the morning before he would go home.
Okay. So if there's something that you find out, or somebody else that you feel like I need to talk to, that just kind of comes about, let me know.
Okay, I sure will.
All right. And
I appreciate all you're doing.
Corporal Duncan continued to interview close friends and others who knew information.
She was at church, and that both of y'all had spoken about Stephen's death, about Buster Maddox. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Kind of tell me what you told her about that.
I told her that another friend of mine had texted me asking me if Buster and Stephen were together, and I told him no. I said, not that I knew of, and then I asked why. He said because he had heard that, and then I asked him who he heard it from, and he said, no, he just heard it.
Okay, so he didn't have any anything to base that upon, just except for more or less a rumor. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You know Stephen Smith?
Yeah, he was my classmate.
All right. And did you send that text to?
What was the text?
Let me pull that up. All right. It says if Buster Maddox ever had any type of relationship with Stephen. Did you send that text?
Yes, sir.
And then the question was asked back, how did you know about that? Where are you getting that information from?
It was a rumor.
Rumor?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Okay.
According to the investigation file, Buster was rumored to have been linked to an intimate, but detectives were never able to prove that connection.
Any information that you know, do you know any information about whether that's true or not?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Do you know anything about Stephen's death?
No, sir, not at all.
Nobody's come to you and relation to you other than what the question you asked. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Had you ever heard of Stephen and Buster being involved with at all before this?
No, sir, I haven't.
So this was the first time you'd ever heard about something like this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know Stephen at all?
Yes, sir. He was my best friend.
Okay. And did you know Stephen was gay?
I did.
During the course of multiple interviews, the Murdoch name will be mentioned over 40 times throughout the course of the investigation. More than half of the people interviewed during the investigation told police they heard Buster Murdoch was possibly involved in Stephen's death. Detective Todd Proctor would soon take over the interview process.
But I'll tell you, my office is out of Charleston, so I have no ties to Hampton. There's no big name in Hampton that worries me, and I want you to feel at ease about that as well, because I've heard that this name, people associate news if you heard something, whatever. First we heard he was shot. Then we heard it was a hit and run. But recently, probably a week and a half ago, I'd say something like that, I heard that these 2, maybe 3 young men were in a vehicle. They were riding down 601, saw the car on the side of the road. I guess saw the boy walking. They turned back around. I guess they were attempting to, I don't want to say, mess around with him or something like that, and stuck something out the window, and it, hit him in, I don't know if it hit him in the head or the back or where it hit him. And then that's pretty much all I heard. I did hear names, and I heard a name. That name was, he goes by Buster Murdoch.
And I just want to remind everybody, we will be going, these are all voice recordings that we were going into last night. And those are the same voice, some of them that are the same voice recordings that we're going to be going into on Tuesday night for that show specifically about all the voice recordings. I don't remember if one of these gentlemen that was talking was in one of them. I'm going to have to go through that before Tuesday night. If anybody would like to see if there's any mom's interviews about the last days of Stephen and, her opinion and thoughts, and then also if there's any videos out there about his father and, how he was reportedly feeling the last few months that he was still on here. Thank you for the sub there. Follow on Twitch, Misguided 5150. If you want to hop over to YouTube, you'll actually be able to hang out and chat with everybody. Just because you're on Twitch, then nobody will be able to see you chat. So if you have a YouTube account, go ahead and hop over here, hit the sub on the YouTube, and join us on here. Appreciate you. Hello, ATS. Thanks for hopping in. This is more, these are more focused on Stephen Smith, with the connection with the Murdaughs, of course, because there is a connection, in our opinion. These are more focused on Stephen Smith's case and the cover-up regarding it. And then this is probably going to be a 10-part series where we're going to be getting into the different theories for each episode. We got a lot of theories that are going to be coming up. We got a lot of connections that we're going to be putting together, and we're going to kind of just going to let it simmer and see what comes out of it at the end. But it's going to be there's going to be quite a few episodes when it comes to this, all of these connections, and it's people we never even heard of. So it's going to be very interesting. I appreciate you hanging out. Is it fair to say he may have been engaging in dangerous activities those last 2 weeks? I don't know. When we were in last night's show and there was the talk about, the ESCORT, I think his name was Mark, right? We were watching Mark.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I mean, it just had some interesting stuff. That's all I'll say. Very interesting stuff. Thank you again, Misguided 5150. I appreciate it. This video here, and we got about 10 minutes on it. And then I'm going to try to get into some of these articles. I do want to show you guys again. I updated the address to 5874 Sandy Run Road. So when I do go back to my Google, we'll have an updated screenshot. If anybody has the address of the location where the vehicle was at, it's got to be on a document somewhere, right?
Should be.
Proctor would eventually try to call Buster Murdoch.
I hope.
In his notes, Proctor says he didn't answer the phone and his voicemail was full. Proctor then would go on and attempt to email him. This is the only documented time in the investigation Highway Patrol would attempt to talk to Buster. 5 months after Stephen's death and the case losing momentum, an article with an interview featuring Stephen's mother would get published. In that interview, she says she believes that her son was killed for being gay by several local Hampton County youths from prestigious families, which she believes have sworn to protect their children no matter what heinous crime they committed.
Right.
She goes on to say that she believed that Stephen would not have been walking on Sandy Run Road in the middle of the night. She didn't buy the hit and run theory at all, and she hears the same story but from different people. She continued to say, everybody knows what happened to my son.
Here we go.
Nobody wants to tell me who was responsible.
We might just
Also
use
in
that
that
part.
interview, Sandy did mention other rumors she had heard regarding Stephen's death, one being about an older man stalking him. In a previous interview, someone else would have mentioned this rumor.
And now let me ask you this. Have you heard anything strange about how Stephen died or any rumors or anything like that?
What I heard was they said he was running from somebody. Yeah, he was running in the woods from the guy, like he was running to meet somebody in the woods.
Did you hear that from Stephen's mama?
No, I heard this from my classmate.
Okay,
classmate.
all right. Did they even describe who it may have been?
Yeah, they said it was an older guy he was running from. We was trying to figure out who could he be running from, and we was like, maybe it was some guy he was messing with.
Okay, well, that person that supposedly had his mom's phone number because he told his mom, hey, Mom, if somebody's calling, don't answer it if I don't want you to answer it. And she asked him why, and he said, because I didn't want to give him my phone number, so I gave him yours. So her phone has to have that information if this person, and I have a feeling they're talking about this Mark individual. There was somebody else that was mentioned in those calls last night too. I thought there was one other person that was mentioned when we went into the stuff last night. I don't remember what show it was. But yeah, this is interesting. I think we'll be going back to this on the night where we do the voice recordings because I think this is going to be an interesting part we should add to.
He was messing with that nobody knew of, and I guess Stephen was going to bring him out or something like that. That's what he thought.
Okay. Another rumor surrounding his death was mentioned by a man claiming to be his boyfriend. He was one of the first to be interviewed at the start of the investigation. He said he was the last person on the phone with Stephen that night and mentions him being harassed by men with a pickup truck.
Because he already told me he was out of gas. He was running out of gas. One of the calls before.
You know, and I want to rewind this a little bit because now I'm just thinking, okay, so if she had the older gentleman's phone number like she did, it was probably Mark's, right? And if they already investigated the connection and there was no connection, then it has me wondering what you guys were mentioning earlier about it possibly being Alex instead. I could see Alex chasing his ass through the fucking woods if, speculation, if that theory is what actually took place. Could you see, I mean, hell, the hunting lodge is close to where the vehicle was found. There's a lot of wooded area over there. I need to listen to this part again about the person chasing him through the woods. And I need to put Alex in that spot instead of Mark or some other individual, and then listen to it with that approach and see if that makes sense. It's something that somebody mentioned, and I think maybe you even said, Kid Kitty, you think it might be a possibility that he could have been the one as well?
Yes.
Okay.
SRB brought it up, and then I started thinking that's very possible.
We heard the guy talking with one of the fellows. Yeah. And there was some other guy. I can't remember his name. But now I'm going to listen to this, with one of your guys's or both of your theories and then kind of put that into play and see what it does in my head.
No matter what heinous crime they committed. She goes on to say that she believed that Stephen would not have been walking on Sandy Run Road in the middle of the night.
I mean, you know how close the frickin' hunting lodge is for the Murdaughs from where the car was found.
She didn't buy the hit and run theory at all, and she hears the same story but from different people. She continued to say, everybody knows what happened to my son, but nobody wants to tell me who was responsible.
I do have a map.
Also in that interview, Sandy did mention other rumors she had heard regarding Stephen.
I already have a map, Kel. We need to know the location where the vehicle was found. I have where it was found. I don't have the specific address, but it's within a few feet. So we'll be going to that map after we're done. Yeah, that was when JSD and I were figuring that out. See the views. Thought it'd be possible that it could have been Alex too. That's right. Hope you're having a smooth evening at work, Kevin. I appreciate you hanging out, even if you can't chat, buddy.
Stephen's death. One being about an older man stalking him. In a previous interview, someone else would have mentioned this rumor as well.
And now let me ask you this:
That's all right.
have
I
you
know you
heard
haven't been
anything
in the show
strange
much
about
tonight.
how Stephen died, or any rumors or anything like that?
What I heard was they said he was running from somebody. That he was running in the woods from a guy, like he was running from somebody in the woods.
Did you hear that from Stephen's mama?
No, I heard this from my classmate.
Okay, all right. Did they even describe who it may have been?
Right.
I think it was an
Older guy.
He was running from. We was trying to figure out who could he be running from, and we was like, maybe it was some guy he was messing with that nobody knew of, and I guess Stephen was gonna.
That nobody knew of, and Stephen was going to bring him out or something like that.
Bring him out or something like that. That's what we thought.
Okay.
Another rumor surrounding his death was mentioned by a man claiming to be his boyfriend. He was one of the first to be interviewed at the start of the investigation.
Right.
He said he was the last person on the phone with Stephen that night and mentions him being harassed by men with a pickup truck.
Because he already told me he was out of gas. He was running out of gas. One of the calls before, and then the call dropped. And he's been harassed in this town. They've been messing with his lugs on the car. They've been screwing with his battery.
And when you say they, who are you talking about?
I don't know. The only one that he told me that
they were messing with his car and screwing with his battery, and this is supposedly his boyfriend. He made it very clear to me. He says,
made it very clear to me, the guy with the tattoo.
The guy with the tattoo. And they're showing a tattoo on somebody's hand for dramatics, so I'm assuming this person has a tattoo on their hand, because they wouldn't be giving out a false impression if that wasn't the case. Not that that's the specific tattoo. Maybe it is. Probably not. So a tattoo on hand. Let me rewind this just a skosh.
And then the call dropped. And he's been harassed in this town. They've been messing with his lugs on the car. They've been screwing with his battery.
Messing with lugs?
And when you say they, who are you talking about?
I don't know. The only one that he told me that he made it very clear to me, the guy with the tattoo.
The guy with the tattoo.
He felt like he was being followed.
Yes, he said that he was being harassed at that store. He didn't say. He said it was a couple of guys in a pickup truck.
Couple guys in a pickup
A few
truck.
days after the article was published, Corporal Duncan would randomly receive an anonymous tip stating, Dontario A.
So that's interesting because he drives his car, it breaks down, he's forced to walk. And maybe these people did something to the car. They knew it was going to break down soon, and then they were just sitting there waiting. That's another theory right there. So is this the people that they're... Huh? Yeah,
Plus,
the lugs.
we need to see if Curtis Eddie Smith has tattoos on his hand.
Ooh, see? I was thinking it could be, he could be linked somehow. Y'all thought I was crazy. I bet he does have tattoos on his hand. Cousin Eddie, tattoo on hand. Geez, I have so many notes, but I love it.
No, I wrote that down too.
All right. We'll see if this is who they're talking about. This Dontario Aiken. Is this the people they're talking about then?
Duncan would randomly receive an anonymous tip stating, Dontario Aiken, along with another black male and a white male, Murdoch, are the ones involved in death. Duncan would send this information to Todd Proctor.
Whoa, hold on a second. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. 12/7/2015. And then I'll leave it paused for a second so any of you can take one as well. I'm putting together a slideshow of a bunch of stuff from the last 2 nights, so we all get to take some screenshots if you'd like. Let's see, 14. There's that. So received an email in reference. So him and 2 other people, one of them Murdaugh, doesn't state which. It just says Murdaugh.
And would advise him about this current situation. However, it would take the Highway Patrol a few months before they followed up on this tip. What's interesting is, a few days after the interview by Sandy Smith and the anonymous tip mentioning Buster again, Corporal Duncan would receive information from a man named Daryl Williams. Williams would tell Corporal Duncan that his stepson, Daryl Williams would
How do you spell that name?
Let me see here.
Daryl what?
Daryl Williams. Darrell, and then Williams. And I'm going to take a screenshot of that too. And that way, when we're talking about all this stuff, I can actually have this stuff shown in the background for everybody.
Tell Corporal Duncan that his stepson, Patrick Wilson, told him that a man named Sean Connolly struck and killed Stephen with his truck.
There's Sean.
Williams would go on to state that the reason he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdoch told him to call. Yes, Randy Murdoch.
Wow.
Buster's uncle, and the man who called the Smith family moments after they found out Stephen was killed, asking them if he could take on their case pro bono. That Randy Murdoch. It's also interesting that this story fits the pathologist's hit and run theory to a T. The same theory that contains zero physical evidence of ever happening. However, Duncan would proceed to conduct interviews to follow up on this new tip.
We got some information, about certain things, and this was a tip that was given to us. And I believe this come from is it a Darren Williams? Is that correct?
It's Daryl.
Daryl Williams. Okay.
Yep.
Can you tell me what was told to you? We've tried to get in touch with Patrick, but he's kind of avoiding the call, the contact, and all.
Basically, Daryl called me and he said, "Look," he said, "this is what I was told." He said, "Patrick, come over here to the house." He said he told me that Sean Connolly was drunk and hit something. He said he went back the next day to see what it was he had hit, and he seen a lot of police out there. So he talked to one of the cops, and then he had left, and then he learned, I guess by media, that somebody had been killed in that same area. That's why the police were there. Sean called him crying, saying that that's what had happened.
Okay.
And then Patrick was telling Daryl, and Daryl told me that Patrick was crying, telling him, and after he got finished telling the story, he walked outside his house and threw up.
Okay.
Wow.
And he said, Nick, this is just me thinking. He said, but I think that Patrick was with him. He said, why else would he throw up and get all upset like that? Because somebody else, had done something.
Right.
After looking into this,
see, this is why we need to take these notes when we do all these voice message stuff on Tuesday, or if you're able to do it before we do that, it'll help us put this post-it note yarn picture together even quicker. There's so many names, so many pieces of yarn going from this name to that name to that name, back over to this other name. Like, this is crazy. There's so much into this. And what's beautiful about it is it's all voice. Even though it's speculation or facts, it's all voice.
According to the case files, the South Carolina Highway Patrol never attempted to contact Patrick Wilson or Sean Connolly. The case would slowly start to become cold as no progress is documented being made after this. That is, until 6 months later in 2016, Highway Patrol would finally follow up on the anonymous tip mentioning Dontario Aiken and Buster Murdoch.
Can you just tell me your name, just for the record? Dontario Aiken. Okay. Tell me what you know about this, about what happened to Stephen.
I really don't know too much about him. I mean, I know he got killed, but that was it. I ain't never heard what really happened to him.
How? How did he get killed?
Somebody told me on Facebook, social media, pretty much.
Really?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Posted that stupid thing. I can't remember who posted, but I remember seeing it on Facebook. It was on somebody's page. Now you go to Facebook, you just be scrolling, and then somebody was like, "Rest in peace, Stephen." And I was like, "Stephen." Then I seen somebody had a picture of it. I was like, "Oh, that kid used to go to school with me." That's all I knew. He died.
I don't remember him.
Did they say how he died?
Somebody said he got hit by a car or something.
That's what you heard. Yeah. He didn't get hit by a car.
He did?
And someone murdered him.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. For what? Why would somebody do that to him?
I have no idea.
You ever go out to parties out in the country with some schoolmates?
Well, I ain't partying so long. It don't make no sense.
Did you at school with some kids with the last name Murdaugh?
It wasn't too many. Well, it was one, but he graduated with Steve.
Right. You hang out with him?
He graduated with Steve.
Never did.
Never did. Huh.
Do you have an attorney?
Why would I need one?
I'm just asking. Well, here's the thing. Your name's been brought up, as a link in this death. So, I mean, if there's anything that you want to say about it, I'd hate to see you go down with whoever killed this boy.
Well, I wasn't there. Didn't know about it until later after he died. On the exit.
According to the case files, this is the last time the South Carolina Highway Patrol interviewed anyone regarding the death of Stephen Smith. Besides concerted efforts from the family the following years, writing letters, hiring private investigators, etc., the case would eventually go cold. That is, until June 23rd, 2021.
Maggie and Paul Murdaugh in Colleton County, they have now reopened another unsolved case from 6 years ago, and that is our top story tonight. Now, the South Carolina Department of Law Enforcement tells WSAB that information from the Murdaugh investigation has led them to reopen Smith's case. They would not say what evidence led to that decision or whether the Murdaugh family was involved in any way. WSAB will continue to follow this developing story.
SLED has since contacted and ruled out the Smith family of having any involvement with the double homicide of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. Attorney Mike Hemlett, who currently represents the Smith family, urged anyone who may know what happened to Stephen Smith to come forward. On July 17, 2022, the family of Stephen Smith gathered by his grave for an unveiling of a new headstone in his honor. Susanne Andrews, the head of a fundraiser called Standing for Stephen, vowed to help raise money to create a new headstone for the site and cover any additional legal.
That's a beautiful picture right there. Give me 1 second. Because all these other pictures are kind of very close. This is a great angle for it. I apologize here. Right there. That's a great angle.
The site and cover any additional legal fees for the family. I promise she continues to follow through. To date, no arrests have been made or suspects officially announced.
Amazing
and
job.
While the Smith family waits for answers and justice, SLED told reporters that the homicide investigation remains active and ongoing.
If anyone knows anything, big or small, about Stephen Smith's homicide, please, I beg you, to please call Crime Stoppers and just tell us what you know. If people don't talk, then you can't stop the violence.
And that's true. I'll leave that up there for a second too. So if anybody does come across this and they might have some kind of information that pertains to this case, it's up there for you. I'm glad it's back out too, SRB. Okay, so that was I appreciate that video. Ran into that channel today as I was looking for some stuff for the show tonight, and I'm glad that I did. That was a great video. Let me see here. So I'm gonna go ahead and go over to the Google if you guys want to take an updated screenshot. We got the McMillan Farm, which is the person Sean Conley that they refer to. That's his residence right there, McMillan Farm. Let me see here. Will it let me scroll over? Let me zoom back a little bit. This is where the vehicle was found, where it says Hampton School District, that dot right there. You got Crocketville down here. You have 5874, which is the exact address that the body was found. You have 4220 Joe Miley Road, which is the location of the residence of Stephen Smith. So I'm going to take myself an updated screenshot. Oh, hold on. Let me zoom back a little bit so I can get the address in there. 1 second. We will move it right about there. All right. Get that updated screenshot. And I want to thank another horror channel. That's how I got that address of the body. We just need the exact address that the vehicle was found. That's within a few feet. And then we'll be set. So let me see here. Save this screenshot. And then I will put in the link to this Google Maps so you can have this for yourself as well. And you could pull it up on your own and have all of these locations pinned. Give me 1 second. Right, so I got that saved. Here is the link for the Google Maps that I have. It has 4 different locations in it. You can see that right there. So if we can get these exact addresses. Now I need to go through that video again sometime to see, because I know I heard some of the recordings on the recordings we already listened to last night. I don't remember a couple of them, so I'm gonna have to go through it, see if I heard those before, and then we'll get. It looks like there was the mom's interview, kinda roundabout way in this video. And I think Eric Allen had the dads in one of his. So I want to let everybody know when I am ending the show for the evening, while I have my thank you screen up. While I have this up, I will be dropping the links to all of the videos that have all the voice messages. So if you'd like to go through them over the next couple nights, you can, and then you can help. There's so many names, so many different angles, so many connections. It's going to take a little bit of brain work and some pen and some paper in order to put all this together. But I know if we do it as a team, it'll be like a snap of a finger. All right, so there's that. If you want the screen share, let me go full screen without us. Give me 1 second. We'll get rid of that. And there's the full screen. Ooh, I can make, no, that's as full as I can make it. So there you go if you want a zoomed in version. Yeah, I'll put all those links. There's going to be 4 of them. There's going to be 3 episodes from Eric Allen. And then there's going to be 1 episode from this that we just watched tonight. And then those will be the 4 shows that I'm going to be using for all the voice messages that we go through, not to mention the other stuff we do. All right, so there's that. And then I want to go ahead and highlight Susanne Andrews again for doing all that amazing work when it comes to the gravestone for Stephen Smith and also for the father. So I'll put her link to her Twitter up there as well if you want to follow her, and just shoot her a message, retweet the message about the standing for Stephen, and just say thank you, and just say that you found her on here. We appreciate all her hard work. Okay, now to the next link. Let's see here. I put that up there. Let me save that Google link in my own. All right, so we got that saved. That way I can just put that thing in next time. Let me see if I can save it as a... Yeah, there we go. So I saved that. Let me see here. We'll start going through some of these links here. Chevrolet Aveo. Thank you for this link. I got about 7 or 8 of them to go through. Let me see here. It's a subcompact car. I'm going to go ahead. I know Kelt put the link in chat earlier. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to this, and I'm going to drop the link to all of these articles. I want to thank you for sending those to me as well. Yeah, she's done a great job helping this family. She didn't, and the amazing thing is she didn't even have to. She just did it out of the kindness of her heart, and she's the one that's also trying to get the first hate bill crime passed in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina and Wyoming are the only 2 states in the United States that do not have a hate crime bill. And she said it's not just about gay or any, it's everybody. She was saying it's any hate crime on any individual. It doesn't matter race, sexuality, sex. It doesn't matter about any of that. It's just to have a hate crime bill, because there's hate crimes with any sex, religion, race, you know? It's for everybody, and they need to step up and do it. And she already got through the House. Now she just has to go through the Senate. So prayers and fingers crossed for that. All right, we're going to switch to the next article here. All right, let's see. Incident report. Let me see if I can save it. This is what I was running into earlier, is it wasn't letting me save it. It was like saving it as a different file. Let me see if I can. Otherwise, I need to... We can actually go into these in the next episode. And I can do a lot of reading that episode too. I know people keep saying, you need to do more reading. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna... I might be able to take some screenshots with my computer. So let me save this article. This has the incident report and a lot of other information, Daily Mail. So here is the link for that. If you'd like to go over it, save some pictures, I definitely need to. Let me see. Let me save it as a bookmark. All right. Thank you for that. All right, this is one from JSD. I already got that saved. Thank you for that, JSD. All right, this is from SRB. This is Stephen Smith Car Photos Crime Scene. Thank you. I'm going to put the link to this in chat, and I can if I can't save the picture, I can at least take a screenshot. Yep. So here's the link to that. I'm going to add this to my bookmarks, because these will all be stuff I can take photos of. All right, the next link. Okay, excuse me. Cops investigating. We're convinced with heir of powerful South whose mother and brother were shot dead. Okay. So I'm going to save that. I'll put the link to this article up there. And I will... There's going to be a lot of articles. So there will be a good amount of time on one show where I actually take some time to sit back and read a lot. If you click on the car, it brings up more pics too. Okay. There's that link. All right, make sure I saved it as a bookmark, and I did. Okay. And, oh, this was twice. All right, here's the next link. Stephen Smith, All About the Teens, Mysterious Reopening After Murdaugh Murders. This was from 2023, March 8th. Right on. This is an updated article, so that'll be nice to get into. Thank you for that. People Magazine. Let me see. Oh, it's a bookmark already. Okay, so I got that saved already. I'll put the link in chat. Thank you, everybody, for all your help, all your links, all your information, and all your conversation when it comes to this topic. I appreciate it. It is a team effort, and I appreciate you being on my team. This is the next article, A Slap in the Face. This is from 2021, update in Stephen says. So let me see here, June. So maybe this is when, let's see. Okay, so it's got some information from her mom. Some information on the crime scene. Ooh, and this is what it was, the mate report. That's what it was for. Thank you. Now I can take a screenshot, but it'll probably be in a couple. I wonder if I can zoom that back. I don't know. Maybe there's a better way I can take screenshots of that one. So here's the link to this article. And like I said, when I'm ending the show and I got my thank you message up for everybody. Yes, that is, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me so much the last 2 nights when it comes to this topic. You guys mean the world. So here's the article or the link for this article. Definitely some good information on there too. A lot of reports. I wonder if we can just get these reports without having to take a couple screenshots for each one. We'll see what we can find with that. All right. I think we got a lot covered tonight. Appreciate you hanging out with me up here, Kib Kitty.
Oh, no problem. I don't know how I figured it out, but I got my husband's laptop set up so I can chat on it.
Oh, nice. I see that. It's oh cool.
It doesn't have my icon or my avatar, but that's okay.
Yeah, that'll be neat. Yeah, and then you can actually see what's up in chat too.
Yeah,
cool.
I don't know how I did it, but I did it.
Let's see how this shows up. Nice.
I'm probably gonna go to bed pretty soon here.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the show now. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. Go ahead and end
Good night,
the night.
everybody.
I think. Appreciate it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be hopping back on for some pool, just to kind of wind down for the evening. If you guys are bored and want to hang out, you see me pop on, you're more than welcome to. I know it's a Sunday night though. I don't know. I'm gonna eat some food after I'm done, and
you should probably
just
hit
go
the
from
hay,
there.
get some
Yeah,
rest
I
before
probably
work.
should. I know. I just, I don't know. I kind of want to play a couple games of pool or something, or maybe watch a show or something like that. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. A great 2 nights.
Yeah. Good night, SRB, Kel, to everybody in there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Learned a lot.
That's for sure. There's so much. There is so much when it comes to this. And, like I said, if you can try and make it Tuesday night, everybody, for open panel thoughts and opinions, we'll go through these voice messages together. We'll go through some of the other topics of the case. And I'd love to hear. I think it's going to be really cool going through those voice messages with everybody on panel, because I think that'll be some really great brain stew that night where, we're all talking and we're all kind of giving our opinion and thoughts on each person. So we'll probably go through each person, pause it for each person, have our notes, discuss that person's speculation or what they say are facts, and then we'll just kind of go from one person to the next person while we're slowly putting together links from one person to another. So I think it's going to be a really fun, interesting, and packed full of information again on this. And I'll put out a notification for the show tomorrow, give you guys an update, and then we'll just go from there. So I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. And I will be back tomorrow night, because remember, with my new schedule, I have Wednesday nights off now. So I will be back tomorrow.
And hopefully your guest confirms.
Yeah, we'll see. We just need that final confirmation. If not,
right.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right. Well, have a good night.
You too. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.